IB Nation, welcome back to another edition of the Irish Breakdown Podcast. My name is Brian Driscoll. I'm going to have Ryan Roberts back up with me here very soon. And we are going to, over the next 2 days with all of you, we are going to have what we kind of view as sort of a state of the union, a state of the program conversation where we're going to look at Notre Dame now that the 2023 season is behind us. And now that we have kind of seen who were the best teams in the country and who was Notre Dame this year. And look at the program and say, okay, what are the areas that we can look at this program and say, this is where Notre Dame is on a championship level. This is where they're close, and this is where they have work to do. And this is going to include, this conversation is going to be kind of several ways, Ryan. It's everybody focuses too much on the talent, right? And the talent's important. But the talent has to be coached well. And we talked about this during the live show, during the bowl game. They didn't beat Georgia, for example, didn't beat TCU just because they're more talented. They beat, let's not forget, TCU had a 4-star quarterback and Georgia had a 2-star quarterback in that game, for those who are obsessed with stars. And the guy that caught the most touchdown passes in the game with Georgia for Georgia was a 2-star player. You have to have big-time talent, but you have to coach those guys up. We saw that from Georgia. It was a coaching masterpiece. It wasn't just the best team, the team with the best recruits won. It was the team with the best players that was also coached and prepared the best won. And that's always been true. And we see a lot of teams that have a lot of big-time players that don't win, that weren't playing on Monday night, like Alabama, for example. Mm-hmm. So we're going to address the coaching aspect too. And of course, talent is important. No one says that. And we're going to address where each position is from that standpoint. Today, we're going to focus on the offense, Ryan. So that's going to be the focus of today's show. If you have we will do a mailbag at the end. So if you have mailbag questions, please just kind of put mailbag MB and just let us know that is actually something you'd like for us to address at the end of the show when we get to our mailbag. So Ryan, I want to dive into it, and we're going to start with the offense for 2 reasons. Number one, I'm an offensive guy, and I tend to like to start with offense. Number two, the reality is for the last 10 plus years, with the exception of 2015, this is the side of the ball that's kept Notre Dame from really getting over the hump in a lot of games. You talk about Georgia, and since 2017, Georgia has been one of the top 3 or 4 programs in the country, right? Mm-hmm. Made a playoff berth in 2017 and went to overtime against Bama. Obviously, they were back in the playoff in 2021, won a championship, won a playoff game, or went to the playoffs again this year, won a championship. So you're talking about a team that in the last 5 years, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, so the last 6 years has been in the national championship game 3 times. In those 6 years, Notre Dame played them 2 different times, including a year they didn't make the playoff and went 12-2. And in those years, Notre Dame had the ball in the fourth quarter, late in the fourth quarter, less than 2 minutes to go in the fourth quarter, with a chance where a touchdown wins the game. And in both times, they failed. And that's been true against Clemson in 2020 in the ACC title game. It was true against Alabama in the 2020 Rose Bowl. It was true against Clemson in the 2018 playoff game. It's been true in almost every big game they've played. Miami, 2017. The defense kept them in that game as long as they could. It was the offense with a couple pick sixes and just not being able to score that allowed that game to become a rout. And so this is the side of the ball that you got to look at, Ryan, and say, it's not until this group gets going that they can win, because here's the reality of it, Ryan. I even today on Twitter, I had someone that said, defense wins championships. And look, I understand that people still think that this is 1985 and they still live in this mantra of defense wins championships. But look, I'm going to say this, this isn't even debatable right now, in my opinion. You need a very good defense to get to the playoff. 100%. Notre Dame, arguably their 2 best defensive teams the last 6 years, arguably were the 2 years they went to the playoff. I think 2020 they were aided by a weak schedule and some luck in the regular season with Clemson being out so many of their top players. You have to have a great defense to run through a 12-game gauntlet. You have to be able to make stops. In the playoff and championship game, you have to be able to make some key stops. But at the end of the day, you're not winning playoff games and championship games 20-17. It's just not. The only 2 low-scoring title games were years where it was 2 SEC teams playing each other. Every other year, you're talking about needing to score in the 40s. I'm going to give you the score, the points scored by the team that won the playoff game since 2014. 59, 42, 37, 38, 24, 31, 54, 24, 45, 30, 63, 29, 31, 49, 27, 34, and then this year, 51 and 42. Here's the point total of the team that won the championship game in the title game: 42, 45, 35, 26, two SEC teams, 44, 42, 52, 33, two SEC teams, 65. Now, the 65 that was just a Georgia brought their A game. TCU didn't come to play. It's not a 65-7 difference in talent. It's not. It's a significant difference in talent, but it was a bad day for TCU and a great day for Georgia. Point being, you have to score. Simple as that. If you can't score, can't win a championship. And so until Notre Dame gets their offense to the point where they can go toe-to-toe with Clemson, with those teams, and be able to put points on the board, this team's not going to be competing for championships. So that's why I think it was smart for us, not smart. That's why I think it was important that we focus on that side of the ball first. Now, the defense has plenty to talk about, right? But I think we need to look at it this way, Ryan, because until the offense becomes capable of going toe-to-toe with the best teams in the country on any given Saturday or Monday night, this team's not going to get where it needs to get to.
Well, Brian, I almost wore my Gap Closer shirt today, but I didn't. I chose a different shirt. But I think that when you talk about closing the gap, I think Notre Dame has closed the gap pretty well defensively. You know, I mean, there's still improvement that needs to be made, but the offensive side of the football is where Notre Dame has needed to close the gap more than ever, right? You talk about what Alabama has done kind of with that influx of offensive talents after playing more of that bully ball style early on. You talk about what Georgia's now been able to do over the last couple of years. TCU just made a championship game not because they had a stellar defense, because they had a dynamic offense under Garrett Riley and Sonny Dykes. Like, that was the difference, right? And that has kind of been the thorn in the side for Notre Dame now for a few years, right? Long before Marcus Freeman got here, it was that the offense would come up short in the biggest games of the year. That was what was going to hold Notre Dame back. And Notre Dame was always a good offensive line for the most part. They were always a good running game, but they just weren't a balanced offensive attack that could continuously take advantage of premier talent. So you look at it and say, what side of the football needs to close the gap? It's the offense. Right. There's no doubt about it. I mean, this year we saw it, right? There were just moments this year where you're just like, Ohio State. Notre Dame held Ohio State to 21 points, a team that narrowly almost beat Georgia in the semifinal in the college football playoff. They gave up 21 points, and they still lost the football game. Was it because the defense didn't play well against Ohio State? That wasn't the difference. It was that the offense could not score enough points, and they could not keep pace. They could not make a big play when they needed to make the big play. So I think the clutchness of playing offense, creating big plays in the big moments, just more than anything, man, being able to stare at the other offense on the across from the sideline and know that if your defense is even having an off day, I can go toe-to-toe for you. I can match big play by big play. I can make that final play, that final drive when it matters most. So for as long as I can remember, you know, excluding, I guess, the Brady Quinn era there for a couple years, right? And then a little of the Jimmy Clausen stuff.
Yeah,
the offense just, the offense has not consistently been good enough in those big moments. And the defense has narrowed that gap. But offensively, that's where the biggest improvements need to take place for this team to really take that next step forward and to really compete for championships.
I thought you were going to talk about quarterback play. That's why I brought up 09. So when you said the offense, take 09 back, because the offense as a whole wasn't good.
Yes.
Great quarterback, elite receiver play. Offense as a whole wasn't good enough, which is why they couldn't beat Navy, why they couldn't beat UConn. So it's about putting that whole thing together, as you mentioned, Ryan. That's a very good point. And so let's look at the offense. And I think when you talk about how we're going to structure this, we're going to start off kind of talking about the scheme, which I think is important. I think sometimes we can over-focus on scheme, and sometimes we can under-focus on scheme. Yeah. I thought what Todd Monken did in the championship game was not just line up and, hey, we have better players. It was a tremendously called game. Masterful. And I've said this for years. Georgia right now is not getting enough credit for how well they're coached. Alabama, back when they were on their run, never got enough credit for how well they were coached. which is why a lot of Alabama players don't go to the NFL and are they're not stars. Alabama doesn't produce a ton of NFL stars. So why is that? Are they busts? No. It's the sum was always greater than the individual parts, and they were always coached exceptionally well. So they looked better than I thought they actually were, in my opinion. And so that's not getting enough credit. You can't just say, hey, we've got better players than you. We're just going to line up and roll the ball out and we're going to win because we have more recruits. And you got to scheme them up and coach them at a high level, in my opinion.
I mean, Brian, you opened up this podcast with talking about Stetson Bennett and Ladd McConkey, right? I mean, those kids are 2-star level players coming out of high school, and they're not the most exceptionally talented players of all time. But you saw when the light was the brightest, they made plays, man. And I wouldn't say that Stetson Bennett made all those plays because he's an exceptionally talented player, right? Like, I think we know he's not. He's 5'11", with a good arm, solid arm, with decent athleticism, pretty athletic kid, but he's not a star, right? He's not going in the first round this year. He's probably not going on day 2. He might, I mean, who knows if he even gets drafted if he does, right? So you're looking at that player and saying, what's the difference? Well, the difference, to your point, is that Todd Monken put him in the best possible position to make big plays, and he's got good players around him. At the end of the day, Georgia has won consistently over the last couple of years because Kirby Smart has put together a great staff, and they have been able to take what talent they have, and it's great talent overall, but even in a couple spots where they don't have those premier 5 stars, they've been able to put those guys in great positions. Stetson Bennett, which is just a Heisman finalist, not because he's exceptionally talented, because the coaching has developed him and put him in the right position to make plays for his team. Ladd McConkey going from a 2-star player, and he's outplaying other 4- and 5-star wide receivers on the roster because he's put in position and he can do the job that the team asks him to do. So I think if the greatest example is that coaching matters, it's that 2 of the most important players on the field, not even counting the safety for Georgia that was a 3-star player. 3 of the most important players for Georgia during the national title game were all under-recruited players, but the coaches have been able to develop them and then put them in the great position to be successful.
And that's important. So let's get into that, Ryan. Let's talk about the scheme. And I think this is going to be one of the areas that we are going to have to kind of talk briefly about, because we're going to talk a little bit more about it when we get to the part where we talk about the coordinator, because we're going to go talk about the coaches. Is the coaching staff in place to be there? And from an assistant coach standpoint, and then we'll talk about the coordinator spot. So scheme-wise, Ryan, just looking at it kind of briefly, I think what Notre Dame is running schematically is perfectly fine. And what I mean by that is just looking at it holistically, not taking each individual game plan and how do they utilize this game plan and that game. That's a different conversation. We'll get to that when we talk about Tom Rees. But look at, do they have the infrastructure in place schematically that if you implement it correctly, you can win a championship with? For example, I don't believe that you can win a championship in this era, in my view, running an air raid in the way that the Hal Mummy and Mike Leach tree runs it. I don't think that you can. And so if the scheme was that, I'd say, hey, look, I think you can get there with this look, but I don't think you can win it with that scheme. I think if you were an old school power eye offense that just ran, what Notre Dame ran in 1988, that wouldn't work in today's era. So that's really what we're looking for. Just foundationally, is it a style of play that you can win with at Notre Dame? And that's something that people have to understand. We're not talking about you need to be like this team, run what this team runs. You have to find what works for you, what you can recruit to, what you can coach, and what you can scheme and call at a high level. And when I look at this offense from a foundational level, they have shown the ability to have the run scheme, the pass scheme, the flexibility and versatility formationally, personnel, and play calling wise for this offense to be outstanding. Again, we're talking just about the big picture scheme, not how it's implemented week to week, the results, the execution and all that. We're not talking about that right now. We're talking about, if this is run correctly, do they have the scheme to be successful? And I think at a place like Notre Dame, you have to have a very solid ground structure, run and game structure. You have to have versatility from a scheme standpoint and can we run different things? If they take this away, do we have counters? They have that in the playbook. Didn't always use it, but it's in the playbook. Can you be versatile from a personnel standpoint? And can you be a team that can change tempos? And can you be a team that can really put teams in a bind in the pass game? Structurally, Notre Dame has all that in place. And structurally, Notre Dame is very similar to Georgia. The specific schemes aren't the same, but in a lot of different ways, structurally, they're very similar to Georgia. We saw Georgia really do a good job of mixing up their 11, 12, and 21 personnel in the title game. They used all three of those really effectively. And I think that Notre Dame structurally is in a similar ballpark to Georgia from a offensive system standpoint. So I have no beef with the offense. I think the system offensively is good enough to win a championship. If you take out the is it being implemented properly and all that, that's a different conversation we'll get to. I think structurally this offense, they have the things that fit the personnel that they have now and that they can recruit to. So I think that's what I look at first and foremost.
Well, I mean, I think we've seen spurts that Notre Dame has the ability to run a lot of different things out of their offensive structure, right? And I'm talking about not only just running game diversity, but passing game diversity as well, right? Like they can run 12 personnel and get 2 tight ends on the field, and they can create explosive plays used properly. They can create explosive plays in 11 personnel. They can run inside zone, duo, outside zone, counter. They can do a lot of different things, pin and pull stuff. They can do all of that, which tells me that the offensive system has variety to it, right? It's not predictable when it's run correctly. And I think that you made a great note, Brian. Like we'll talk more about, how you need to consistently use that system. But I agree wholeheartedly that everything that you need to have variety, to have diversity is within the system. You can run multiple looks. You can run different formations. Formationally, you can out leverage guys. There's a lot that you can do in Tommy Rees's offense. I think you saw it just in the bowl game, right? In the bowl game, you finally saw some diversity to what they were doing, right? There was a lot of different elements to the run game. They were getting guys open, and they were getting guys open all year, if we're being honest, right? So I think when you look at all of that, I agree completely. If Notre Dame is developing properly and utilizing the players that they have to the best of their ability, they have a diverse ability to get players open in space. They have a diverse ability to keep a defense off balance, which is all you want offensively, right? Like, I don't care what your go-to play is. I don't care what your go-to structure is. My main question mark is, can you get a defense off balance and uncomfortable? If you can, that's a successful offense, in my opinion, that as long as you are balanced and have the ability to attack from different vantage points. And I think Notre Dame has all that. Tommy Rees has shown that when he's on his game and he has a full arsenal, he can do that. It needs to be more consistent, no doubt. But I think from a foundational perspective, it's all there. There's no doubt about that.
Let's talk about the staff next, Ryan. Does Notre Dame have the assistant coaching in place to be a championship caliber program? I think that's a very fair question right now and needs to be, because we haven't seen it. And so what does it mean to have the right coaching staff in place? Do you have coaches that can coach at a high level, fundamentally, technically, and that can develop players holistically, which is something I think you need to be a championship team? Again, it's not just about having talent. Talent isn't always focused. Talent is always disciplined. Talent isn't always fundamentally sound. Talent doesn't always execute. Talent doesn't always stay focused, all those things. It's up to the coaching to take that talent, and this is what separates, the teams like Alabama and Georgia the last 10, 15 years from teams like Ohio State and at times and Tennessee at times and USC at times and Florida State at times in different years. Florida State didn't lack talent in 2014. They lacked all the other stuff, which is why a team that had a ton of NFL players lost by 39 in the semifinal to Oregon that year. So you look at it and say, okay, can they do that? Can they recruit at a high level? I think those are the two things that are key to this point. And so I think when I look at it, Ryan, and we'll talk about each position coach as we kind of get through each position, but generally speaking, I think you have one of the best offensive line coaches in the business. That is so incredibly important anywhere, but especially at Notre Dame, because you can't just go out talent people, because talent will get you to a certain level. I mean, it can. And we saw this with Clemson where, there were years where they had great talent on the skill, which was kind of able to overcome the fact they didn't have great talent along the line. But when Clemson was winning titles, their offensive line was at least fundamentally sound. They didn't make mistakes. They just, hey, look, just do your job and let the talent take over. I don't think Notre Dame's ever going to be to the point, in my view, or can't assume they're going to be to the point where they can do that. You need someone that can bring in elite players and someone that can develop at an elite level on the offensive line more than any other position on this football team. That is so important at a place like Notre Dame, because here's what's difficult for Notre Dame when you talk about competing for championships. The two teams that are considered the premier teams in college football on an annual basis right now is Georgia and Alabama. I mean, does anybody want to disagree with that? From a talent standpoint, both of those teams, especially Georgia, are good trench teams. This isn't Clemson, where if you can dominate Clemson in the trenches, you can beat them, and that's always been true. It's harder to do that on the offensive side of the ball because they have a really good defense. But when you look at Georgia and you look now, and they are kind of what Bama used to be, Bama still has talent. They're just not coached as well. But I have a feeling Saban's going to change that this offseason. But it's about you play a similar style to them. The kryptonite, Ohio State is kind of kryptonite to Georgia to a degree, and they play a completely different style than Georgia. And they also have really talented players. But at the end of the game, when Ohio State needed to run the football and protect the quarterback to win that game, they couldn't do it. Right? And so at the end of the day, you're playing a very similar style to them, so you have to be as good as them. And I think Harry Hiestand and Dylan McCullough, in my view, are two of the best in the business at what they do, which is both directly involved in the run game. And so I think from a foundational coaching standpoint, you have a window right now, and I don't know how long it's going to be, where your run game is designed by two of the best in the business. You've got to take advantage of that window. So I think starting there, Ryan, you look at it and say, man, this is a great place to start from a coaching standpoint. When you look at the assistants, having big-time coaches at those two proven commodities that proved it this year as well, that is a huge foundational piece for this Notre Dame offense.
And I think what's big is that you have great sample sizes with both guys too, right? I mean, if you start with Dylan McCullough for a second, he has been, I mean, everywhere he's been successful. You know, you talk about the Indianas of the world. You talk about when he was USC briefly, when he was with the Kansas City Chiefs, and he always had different skill sets in the backfield. I think that was what impressed me most this year about Dylan McCullough was that, and we talk about this a lot, Brian, and this is a huge bonus to an offense, but it's also a tough job for a coach sometimes, that they had such different running backs in the backfield, being able to coach them uniquely, but also a part of the same understanding of playing the position, right? You're teaching a back to play football and play in your system, but you understand that Audric Estime's skill set is different than Logan Diggs' skill set, which is different than Chris Tyree's skill set, which is different than Jabron Payne's skill set, Jadarian Price's skill set. They all have different skill sets, and how they are developed is a unique thing, right? I feel like we underrate that a little bit, how important that is for coaches, because coaching is teaching at the end of the day. So coaches to be able to look at a room and say, we're going to play this way. This is our style. This is the way that we're going to go about things. But also, I can't quite teach Audric Estime to maybe do the same thing, the same as I teach Logan Diggs to do it, because the approach is going to have to be different because they're different players with different styles, different body types, and different approaches to the game. So I think Dylan McCullough has shown that, talking about the Ronald Joneses of the world at USC, the Tevin Colemans at Indiana, the Jordan Howards, right, the Darrell Williams Darrell Williams when he was with the Kansas City Chiefs. He's had guys of all shapes and sizes, all skill sets, and that's what I take in a good coach, man, is to be able to take players that have completely different styles.
Edwards-Helaire for a year too, right? Wasn't he there
exactly.
in 2020?
I believe so, yeah.
2020, yeah.
Yep. So you've had guys of all different skill sets and been able to make them successful for what you needed. And I think that balancing act is a very big part of coaching. And then offensive line-wise with Harry Hiestand, that is the ultimate. I mean, because you're coaching 5 different positions, right, that all ask guys to do things slightly different, whether it's a particular stance, whether it's a particular approach, whether it is a Mike McGlinchey body type at right tackle or a Robert Hainsey body type at right tackle. They're all different styles and different body types and different ways that they win. And Harry Hiestand historically, like you don't have to bring up all the names, right? You don't have to bring up Quentin Nelsons and Zach Martins and all those guys, Nick Martins. You don't have to bring up those names because we know what Harry Hiestand has done at Notre Dame as recently now as Joe Alt being a unanimous All-American. We know all those things. But what we also know is that one thing has been historically true with Harry Hiestand at Notre Dame. He is going to find talent, acquire the talent, and he's going to develop it to about as high as the upside as they possibly have. So combining those two coaches together, feel very, very strong about what the future of the run game is. And that accentuates not only as far as just running inside zone, running duo, also with pass protection responsibilities, with working out of the backfield, in pass protection. Those things, that is a baseline. That is a foundational piece that Notre Dame needs to be successful. And like you said, I think you said it perfectly, you have two fantastic coaches that are helping to design your running game and to really be able to create a foundation. And the foundation you saw in year one, I thought was spectacular. And it's only going to get better. It's only going to get brighter. You don't know how long it's going to last, so you need to capitalize here sometime in the near future, right? But you have two incredible coaches, and the run game, the running back room, the offensive line should not be in question over the next couple of years.
I think that if you want to find out, to me, how good of a coach Dylan McCullough is, it's look at Logan Diggs. Because when we watched him against Marshall and against Ohio State, this was a kid that his shoulder injury was in his head. And that's normal. That's not a knock on Logan. And you watch how he took that week off. He was sick, took that week off against Cal and came back that next week, a different kid. Big part of being a coach isn't just the technical aspects, the recruiting. It's can you work with a kid who may be struggling mentally? When we talk about Mike Mickens and how he was able to get Tariq Bracy over his mental collapse of 2020 to become the player he was the next 2 years, that's the player has to be involved in that, right? He gets credit for that, but the coach has to be the type of coach that can get a kid back on track, and he showed that. And I think that they need to do a better job of using all the backs, which is to me more of a coordinator thing. But whenever the backs were given opportunities to play in ways that fit their skills, they all produced. Chris Tyree was very productive when put in position to do things that his skill set is good at. We saw that against Cal. We saw that against North Carolina. We saw that against Clemson. And we even saw that in the bowl game to a degree. And so to me, that's the mark of a good coach. Now let's look at the other positions. Jared Parker, to me, is still a little bit of a TBD to a degree because you're kind of like
coach and recruiter. You don't know yet.
Exactly. Recruiter completely because it's not his fault. He's off to a good start recruiting. You got Jack Larson, who's a top 150 guy in my view in that class. You've got a couple other really good tight ends on the board that are visiting soon or have visited, and Carter Nelson and the kid from Georgia that's going to be on campus this weekend for junior
Walter
day.
Matthews, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then you look at, how much credit can we give Jared Parker for Mike Mayer being a dominant pass catcher when he was a dominant pass catcher before he got here? So what do you look for, Ryan? You look at, okay, number one, how did he do with the depth at the position, number one? And then number two, did Michael Mayer get better in any way? And I'm going to speak to two things on that. I'm going to begin with Mayer. Number one, if you break down Michael Mayer's film as a route runner, he was much sharper this year than he was last year. That is something that from Michael Mayer's own mouth, he said that Jared Parker was on him about the minute he got here. Hey, look, we're going to make you better. And for a first-year coach to look at his star in the face, who's a dude and who towers over him and says, no, what you did last year. And Mayer even said this, he said at one point, he's like, dang, coach, I thought I was pretty good last year. And then he's like, but that's what I want. I want to be pushed. And there's a lot of coaches that don't have the stones to look a guy like Michael Mayer in the face as a first-year coach and say, what you did last year, not good enough. We're going to make you better. The other part of that is look how much better Michael Mayer's blocking got over the course of the year. Now, anytime we give a coach credit, the player has to be part of that conversation as well. So we've given tons of credit to Michael Mayer for being willing to do that because you can't coach an unwilling player. You can't coach an uncoachable player. You can't. So kudos to Michael Mayer for saying, hey, I want to get better. But even more, just as much kudos to Jared Parker for saying, I don't care who you were last year, that you're a projected first-round pick. I'm going to make you better. And you need to buy into what your role is on this football team. And he did that, and Jared Parker pushed him. So I think he gets credit for that. And then the other part, Ryan, is they had a lot of injuries this year at tight end, and they still were able to get good play from whoever they put in the game. You know, Mitchell Evans missed half the year. You had Kane Barong was out half the year. Holden Stace was a true freshman. Eli Raritan was a true freshman coming off of an injury. And the 12 package worked, no matter who they kind of put in there. The blocking wasn't always great, but a lot of times it was because Mitchell Evans is a sophomore who was a converted quarterback. He's just not physically there yet. But technically, I think he was there. It's this kid needs some weight room time. And so, you know, you look at next year in 2024, I think Mitchell Evans is going to make a big jump as a player because he's going to be physically more ready to compete. Yes. Where he, you know, Michael Mayer walked in ready to physically compete the minute he got on campus. You know,
it's unreal, man. It's unreal. I've seen pictures of him at Covington Catholic. I'm just like, that was a grown man in high school. It's just insane.
Right. So you can't, you know, so that's kind of, I look at Jared Parker, say there's a little bit of TBD here. And I think we're going to learn a lot more about him in 2023 when he has to coach up the dudes that aren't Michael Mayer. But I think based on what we can evaluate, I like what I've seen from him, Ryan, and what we've done so far and what he was able to get from the tight ends from a technical standpoint. So I'm encouraged by what he brings to the table.
Yeah, I mean, Brian, you said it perfectly to kick it off, right? He could have rested on his merits and kind of sat back and been like, I'm going to look like a good coach because Michael Mayer is that dude this year. He could have done that. If we're being completely transparent, he could have done that.
Let me work on the young kids. Yeah,
exactly. He could have just been like, Michael, you're great. You're going to end your career as one of the best to ever do this at this university. I don't need to work with you. You're already a pro. You're already a first-round pick. Michael Mayer got better this year, which tells me, yes, Michael Mayer had I think someone in the chat said unreal mentality. And I agree. Yes. The kid is a worker. There's no doubt. And he is an ultimate professional in that regard. And hats off to Michael Mayer for having that within him and say, I'm really good, but I'm not good enough. I could still be better. And he took that upon himself and he worked every day. Michael Mayer deserves all the credit. But in order for him to do that, he also needs someone to push him. And I believe that Jared Parker did that this year. I think that he had real conversations with, you know, real conversations with Michael Mayer about, hey, man, you're great, but you could still be better. You could still get there. And they worked every single day. I mean, I saw it live in a practice where they stayed a good 20, 30 minutes after the practice, just working on blocking techniques, just working on getting off of press techniques, doing those types of little work that made him so much better. And then, Brian, I mean, we talked about leading up to the bowl game, right? Mitchell Evans had 0 catches this season going into that bowl game. And one play was a well-designed play off of a tight end leak. I mean, But Mitchell Evans stepped up to the plate, and he made some plays in that football game.
But I'll say, I'll see he was wide open, and anyone could have caught that and take you back to the first quarter when he did a great job. You remember the play I'm talking about, Ryan? I don't remember where the ball went, but he threw it to the left. It was out of bounds to the left. But he ran a perfect seam route where he kind of stayed on a nice path, quickly got around the backer, and then got back on his path. Perfect execution, and he was open. I mean, if Tyler Buckner goes to Mitchell Evans there, which is where I think he should have gone based on where the safety came, I think he should have come back to the backside seam. Mm-hmm. He's open over the top for a touchdown, a 50-plus yard, like about a 50-yard touchdown. So, I mean, to your point, it's not always the balls you catch. It's what do you do on the balls that you don't catch. Another example on the pass where Tyler missed Deion Colsey in the end zone. Now, that was the right read and the right throw. I was fine with that throw. Just make it, right? But you had Mitchell Evans coming open on a crossing route where he did a really nice job of stepping on the toes of the linebackers to keep them from getting underneath Deion, but then clearing them quickly and getting open on that play as well. So there were plenty of opportunities where a tight end-centric offense where they were focused on the tight ends like they were Mayer, he gets more balls. Like if Michael Mayer would have ran that seam route, they'd have looked for him and thrown a touchdown. And Michael Mayer wasn't any more open than what Mitchell Evans was on that play. To your point. So, yes, he made some plays, but there were other opportunities for him to make some plays too. That 3rd and 15 play, he sold that delay really well, found that open spot, settled down into it perfectly, made the catch. But when he caught the ball, he didn't have first down yardage yet. He had to make a play to get the first down. That was a big part of the game because that led to their first touchdown. Imagine if they don't score on that drive, Ryan. This is 21-0 at the end of the first quarter.
Yeah.
I don't know if Notre Dame can come back from that one, mentally, much less practically speaking. So you saw that production and you say, okay, good start, in my opinion. Now let's see. Now we're really going to see what you're made of this year. Because
Yes.
in fairness, you also have to give Michael Mayer, like, here's the thing about, Michael Mayer and what he did. It's one thing for him to be coachable, but not all coaches are willing to coach him and challenge him the way that Jared Parker did. Props to him.
Exactly.
But it's also a lot easier to coach those young guys when you have that example right there in front of you. When you have this great worker, great attitude, great leader, great talent in front of you, it's easy to say, hey, watch what he does.
Do that.
You
Yeah.
don't have that now. So it's now up to you to establish, well, who's that going to be for you? And so that's where he's got a completely new challenge this year. And so that's why he's a little bit of a TBD to a degree, but based on what we know, it's kind of like if I'm going to cheat a little bit and say I'm not grading him off of 1 year, I'm grading him off of 2. So we're at the midpoint level. Midpoint wise, he's got pretty good marks at the midway point. Now let's see what he can do in the next chapter, which is season number 2. And I'm encouraged by it. And I feel the same way about Chancey Stuckey.
Yes.
I feel like what we know about Chancey Stuckey is pretty good. Did a great job on the recruiting trail this year. I thought did a pretty good job developing the young players. They didn't always get the opportunities they needed. They didn't play at a super elite level, but they got better as the year went on. And I think he surpassed – go ahead, Rye.
I was just going to say he had a Logan Diggs type situation too with Jaden Thomas, right? It wasn't the same because Jaden wasn't dealing with an injury, but Jaden was dealing with a lack of confidence after the first couple games. I mean, we talked about it, right? Like he just wasn't running routes hard. He wasn't, there was just a lot of inconsistencies in his game. There's no doubt about that. But by the end of the season, I mean, is Jaden Thomas the best receiver on Notre Dame last game of the season? I mean, he might be, right? I mean,
he should have been benched for how he played the first 2 games. If they would have benched him after the Marshall game, they'd have been completely justified in doing so. Completely justified in doing so.
But Chancey Stuckey coached him up throughout the season. He made drastic improvements. Talk about Deion Colsey, a kid that had the injury, kind of had the injury stuff early in the season. Another kid that needed an injection of confidence. By the end of the season, he was playing like a very confident football player. So I think that you saw very good signs from Chancey Stuckey. You saw better releases, the finer points of running routes, getting in and out of breaks. It needs to take another massive step forward. There's no doubt, right. But you saw a lot of really good signs. I was very encouraged by what I saw from Chancey Stuckey, both as a recruiter and a developer this year.
With one exception, Lorenzo Styles.
Yes.
That's where he's going to make his bones or not for me. Because that doesn't mean he has to develop Lorenzo. Lorenzo has to be coachable, right? We talked about earlier. A guy's got to have the right attitude and be coachable. If Lorenzo's got to grow up a little bit as a football player, right? And as a young person. He's got all the tools. He was raised right, and all those kind of things. But I think he went through a little bit of, he had a hard time handling not being the dude. And I don't think he handled it well. I don't think he reacted to his struggles well. I think there's a lot of pointing the finger going on. He's got to get back to saying, okay, forget all this. This year's behind me, move on from it. Let's learn from it. And then get his head right. And if you're not able to, because he's unwilling, then he needs to have the stones to pound on the table and say, this is what we're doing. You're not doing what I need you to do. I need to put you on the back burner, and we're going to put somebody else there. That's not an easy decision when a kid has the talent that Lorenzo has. And so he's going to prove himself to me one of 2 ways. Now, the ideal is that he can get in Lorenzo's head, fix that. Because I've said this before, Ryan, part of being a great coach is partly being a psychologist. Or a psychiatrist. You're part psychiatrist. I forget which one is which. But you need to fix these kids' heads sometimes. That's what Mike Mickens had to do with Tariq Bracy. It wasn't about, hey, let's fix your press technique. It's, dude, your confidence is gone. How do I get in your head and fix that? And he did a great job with that. Deland McCullough did that, and Tom Reese gets credit for that too. They did that with Logan Diggs. And another example is they did that with Audric Estime. They had to bench him. Had to. That was his 3rd huge fumble in 4 games?
4 games.
5 games? Yeah. And so it's like, dude, we got to bench you for this game. But then to get him back on the track that next week and then have to say, hey, not only are we going to still play you next week, but you're getting the first 2 carries of the game. You know, that's good coaching. Can Coach Stuckey get that out of Lorenzo Styles? We're going to see. And that's going to be that thing. And then also the other part of it too, Ryan, is he's got to show me he can get young players ready to go a little bit quicker than he did this year. Now, part of that wasn't his fault. The offensive coordinator's got to be part of that as well. But he's going to have – you could make a case that his most talented players are in their sophomore and freshman classes. Most physically talented, physically gifted are in those 2 classes. That's Tobias Merriweather to me. That's Braylon James, Jaden Greathouse to a degree, and Caleb Smith. I think the younger Caleb Smith are, to me, the most physically gifted players that they have. And then, Deion Coles, he's got talent. They all have talent, but I'm just saying, like, just natural God-given ability beyond size is there. And then, of course, Deion brings tremendous size and length and those type of things. Can you get those young guys ready to play at a high level by the 4th game of the year? Because that's when it really matters, right? You don't have to have them playing at an elite level the first 3 games to still win. You're going to be 3-0. Can you get them there by week 4? That's going to be a question. So he's also a little bit in TBD to me. I need to see if his second recruiting class can be as good as his first one. Right? Now, you and I were talking last night. It's got a chance to be, but they got to close. They got to close on some dudes, right? And so you're off to a good start with Cam Williams. You've got some guys on the board like Ryan Wingo, Jeremiah McClellan, Breedell Richardson. There's some dudes on the board, but can you close? That's going to be a question. But right now, the key is, can you coach these kids up? I like where he's at. He's a lot like Jared Parker. At the midway point, you guys are doing pretty good. Halfway through the semester, you're doing pretty darn good. Now let me see you finish, and that's what year 2 is going to be for him. So I think if Jared Parker and Chancey Stuckey are sort of your bottom assistant coaches, the upgrade that we've seen over past staffs is enormous, absolutely enormous from what we've seen in past years. There was always like one sort of like, okay, the rest of the staff is good, but that guy is bringing them down.
Right.
And they don't have that now from an assistant coach standpoint. Even with the question marks about Jared and Chancey, the question marks are about, are they elite? Not are they good? And that's the question at this point in time, Ryan, for me with those 2 guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great point. I just, backtracking for a second. I love that you mentioned Audric Estime with the fumbling thing, right? Because, I remember in the chat, Brian, the next week, like, people were saying, like, bench him, never play him again. I'm just like, no, man, you need him to be a part of the solution. Like, you can't just give up on him. I think it speaks volumes for the coaching staff that they didn't give up. You have to manage personalities. That's a big thing with coaching. But I think that this spring especially is going to be a huge litmus test for a Chancey Stuckey specifically, because you have now Deion Colsey, you have Tobias Merriweather, you have Lorenzo Styles, you have Jaden Thomas for your second spring, but then you also have 3 of the 4 receivers in the 2023 class are all early enrollees. You'll have Rico Flores, who's going to be healthy at that point. You're going to have Jaden Greathouse, who's going to be healthy at that point. You're going to have Braylon James. You have 3 guys coming in for the 2023 class that are going to be healthy and ready to go, on top of the improvement that you saw for the most part in the rest of the wide receiver room. So coming out of the spring into the summer, into the fall, I think that you could potentially see a maturation from the younger, or the players coming back, the Deion Colseys of the world, the Tobias Merriweathers. And then also you have, because last year, Notre Dame didn't have a single receiver that was an early enrollee, because Tobias was the only player in the class, and he was not an early enrollee. He was a June enrollee. So now you have 3 more players that are going to be injected into this coaching, into this room, on top of Caleb Smith as a grad transfer coming in the spring as well. Or I guess he's enrolling here soon.
Yes.
So you have 4 new guys to the room on top of the solid play and the improvements you saw from the room that's already coming back. So, yeah, I agree with you. Next year is going to be a huge data point for just determining how good Chancey Stuckey can be, because you have a lot of talent. The depth in the wide receiver room just went from very scarce to pretty deep in one offseason. Like, you just got 4 guys. Well, actually, you're going to have 5 new players into that room, and you're starting to get a lot of depth, maybe more potentially. So Chancey Stuckey is going to have a lot of talent to work with. Now the next step is taking that confidence you built in year 1 with the guys that were already there, improving upon it, and then be able to coach up those young guys to get them ready to play year 1. So it's a big opportunity for Chancey Stuckey.
Absolutely. So, moral of the story is, I think the assistant coaching aspect of it is where it needs to be. It's kind of funny, Marcus Freeman being a defensive head coach. I think so far the returns on the offensive hires have been much better than what we've seen from the defensive hires so far. And so, as far as an assistant coaching standpoint, so that brings us back to what is going to be the most debatable and part of this, and that is Tommy Rees. We'll get into more specifics about Tommy Rees and quarterback versus coordinator and that whole debate. That's a different conversation for a different day because he is the quarterback's coach. He's going to be the quarterback's coach. I think for Tommy Rees, Ryan, what he's done so far has not been good enough. I would think he would admit that because the results are what they are. Now, you can say, well, COVID in 2020, which kept the offense from getting going. You had the injuries to Kevin Austin and Braden Lindsey and all. He was working with a kind of one hand behind his back with the coaching staff, a receiver, and offensive line. 2021, you had these issues and that issues, and the line wasn't good, and all these other kind of things. And then this year, you start the year without your captain, Avery Davis. Joe Wilkins is hurt, who was supposed to provide depth. Lorenzo Styles kind of mentally goes in the tank and you're doing everything you can to design plays early in the year, get him the ball, and he's just dropping easy stuff. And then you have the injury to Tyler Buckner in week 2. And so you've got all these excuses that you can use, but I don't really care about those right now. It's a simple thing for me. What he has done so far has not been good enough. But, there's no but about what he's done. What I have seen, however, is when he is on, he is on. He is in the head of coaches when he's on. Clemson had no answers for what Tommy was doing in the run game. And as soon as they would think they would line up thinking, okay, we're going to adjust to this. And then he'd come back with something different before they even stopped what he was already doing. The fact that they ran for 286 yards and didn't throw for even 90 yards against Clemson and won that game by 21 points, that says a lot about what he can do when he's on. North Carolina, he was on. South Carolina, he was on. Navy first half, he was on. And I would even say Navy second half, he was on from a play calling standpoint. What they didn't do a good enough job of was making some adjustments to the protection scheme, and then the quarterback didn't execute them correctly. But that's part of his job as the quarterback's coach. So the reality is this is a huge year for Tommy Rees. Huge year. The scheme is there. The potential is there. My frustration with some fans is they've already chalked up a 31-year-old coach as just being, this is who he is. That's absurd to me, right? Absurd to me. He's going to get better. He has gotten better. But at some point in time, coaching is just like playing. Some point in time, the potential needs to stop being the conversation point, and it needs to become about the production. Year 4, you got a grad transfer quarterback that you hand-selected. You've got stud coming back on the offensive line. You got the best offensive line coach in the business, arguably. You've got arguably the best backfield in the country coming back. They're the very least top 5. At the very least top 5. Your receiving core has a lot to prove, but it's very talented. You added a transfer. You bring everybody back except for Braden Lindsey, right, who was a good player, but not a guy that you built your offense around by any stretch, right? Braden did some good things, should have done even better things. The point is he wasn't the focal point of your offense like Michael Mayer was. You lose Michael Mayer, yes, but you just went out and had 45 points and 558 yards and your second highest yards per play of the season without Michael Mayer. Okay, so
with turning the ball over 3 times.
3 times. Right. Well, yeah. I was on Bill King's show today, and he said, Brian, I never thought I would say that a quarterback that turned the ball over 3 times played well, but that's kind of what you thought. And a quarterback who hadn't played since September the September 11th. So my point is, this is the year that Tommy Rees doesn't have any more excuses, right? Nor do I think he wants any excuses. I don't think he uses those excuses. I'm using them, right? To make a point of the talent is there, the mindset is there. And here's something else that gives me, I was done with Tommy Rees halfway through the year. I'll be honest with you. I was frustrated with what we were seeing on the field, the inconsistency. I was frustrated with some of the things I was hearing behind the scenes about how the interactions were going. But when I talk to people in November, this is after the Stanford game, like kind of going through the end of the season, people that were giving me intel about how bad things were on that side of the ball with relationships and how they're going about their business, problems with the coaching staff, problems with Reese, they were all singing a different tune. And these are people that are not like, they're not part of the party line, right? You get what I'm saying? These are people that shoot me straight and have always shot me straight. I'm like, okay, well, why is your story different? And a guy was like, so a guy told me a story about how something he did with a player unprompted going up to a player that he'd been hard on was like, dude, this is okay. This is something where he got called out a little bit publicly with the stuff on TV and then some other things. And he responded incredibly well. And so, because my big concern with Tommy Reese is I was concerned he was too stubborn to change. That was my fear. This guy's too stubborn to change. He's really smart and he knows it. And he's not one to change. But we saw some changes late in the year from him. And not just about scheme, Ryan, more importantly, how he coaches, how he interacts, and how he involves the staff. That, to me, was bigger than anything else that he could have done this year. I don't care about how many times they scored 40-plus points down the stretch and all. I don't care about any of that stuff. That right there is what gave me confidence that Tom Reese is willing to grow as a coach. Because if he can evolve and grow as a coach, all the tools are there. He's part. I mean, recruiting wise, I think he's done a heck of a job as a recruiter. You know, especially since kind of Brian Kelly's not there anymore, and he can kind of say, okay, this is how I want the direction of the offensive recruiting to go. You know, he had a big hand in. You know, with the exception of Jared Parker, he had a role in all the coaches that were brought in, and we just got done praising that staff. So, to me, Tommy Reese is the wild card here. And by that, I mean, if he is just kind of the same guy he's been next year, it's going to be maddening. It's going to be, why are you so good one week and so not good the next? It's going to be frustrating, and it's going to get to the point where, like, okay, this just is, it is what it is. This is just who he is up and down. One week it's great. The next week it's, what are we doing here? But if he can kind of put it all together and be good Tommy on a consistent basis, this offense has a chance to be really, really special next year, Ryan. And that's what kind of gives me a cautious optimism that this thing is going to get going, because we've seen the potential. And we've especially seen the potential in bowl games. Why does that matter? Because I feel much better about Notre Dame's ability to be prepared to go into a playoff game with a great game plan now than I've been in a long time. And I actually felt, Ryan, I think you and I have talked about this. I actually liked the game plan in 2020 against Bama. It just wasn't executed well because in some areas you just weren't good enough. In other areas, your quarterback didn't make plays. But I got no fault with the game plan.
Right.
That team was just better than you. And we saw it again against South Carolina. So if that can be the consistent aspect of Tommy Reese, if the consistency in the regular season become better, you start feeling like, okay, we know he's good when he's got time, right? And you've got time for the playoff game and you've got extra time for the championship game. So you feel like, okay, that's, I'm not worried about. It's, can he do enough to get him there is the big question. And I'm cautiously optimistic, Ryan, but honestly, this is the year where it's gotta show this year. It can't be, oh, he's only this old, that old. This is going to be his 4th year as a coordinator. Now, after 3 years, to me, and this could be arbitrary, after 3 years, your age doesn't matter to me anymore because the experience is there now. And that's where I'm at on this one, Ryan. What say you?
It's like that Remember the Titans scene, man. It's show me, Bama, show me. That, I mean, Brian, I don't know what to think about Tommy Reese. I don't. And I've been very transparent about that. And every time someone asks me this offseason how I feel about the offense, I'm going to be optimistic that it can be as good as it possibly can be, because I think there's a lot of talent there. But I don't know what to expect with Tommy Reese. I don't. I've seen glimpses of really good things. I've also seen glimpses of not good things. I mean, it's maddening, I think, is the best word that you use there. It's maddening at times, because one week you'll watch it and be like, well, that looked great. And then next week you'll be like, you scored 14 points against Stanford. Right? Like, it's just, it's.
And 7 of those came in the 4th quarter.
Exactly. And that was a really poorly called football game, right? Like, players didn't make plays, sure, but it was also a poorly called football game. So the inconsistency from one week to the next is just so maddening. It's the best word to describe it. So I am going to be optimistic. I'm going to give Tommy Reese a chance, because I do think that when he is good, he is very good. I do believe that. But I think that it's a show me season. It is
Right.
because this is a litmus test, man. Because I know we're going to talk about quarterback during this segment, right? We're going to talk about it. And a lack of quarterback, you have a proven commodity now in the quarterback room. You have one. You had one that has just thrown almost 80 touchdowns in 2 years. You have a guy that's been incredibly productive in a
77,
different
right?
77. Yeah, 77. Quick math.
And also
Good
has
job.
12 rushing touchdowns.
Exactly.
In the last 2 years has accounted for almost 90 touchdowns in 2 years.
You have a quarterback entering the room that is the all-time leader in touchdown passes in ACC history.
Bro, if Sam Hartman throws for 3,500 yards and 30 touchdowns this year, he will finish his career 4th all-time in passing yards and 3rd all-time in touchdown passes in NCAA history.
And this is a litmus test for me. I said that it's a litmus test for Chancey Stuckey to see how he improves the room. This is a litmus test just for how good Tommy Rees can be as an offensive coordinator, because there is no excuses. You're going to have one of the better offensive lines in college football coming back. You're going to have a proven commodity at quarterback. You're going to have a lot of talent in the wide receiver room. You're going to have one of the best running back rooms in college football coming back. There's not really a hole in this offensive roster. It's a good roster, and it's a talented one, and there's a lot of proven commodities coming back. It rests on player execution, always, but more than anything, the offensive coaching staff needs to put these guys in the position to make plays. And I think that they can. I think that Tommy Rees can, but if he can't, that is a red flag, sound the buzzer, like there's something not going right here. There isn't. So there's a lot to prove this year for Tommy Rees. I think that he has an opportunity to dispel a lot of the opinions on him, or he has a chance to prove them all right. It's going to go one way or the other there, but this is a great opportunity for him to show just how good he can be, because he's got a lot of toys to work with this year.
Right. In depth of toys. So if something happens to Sam Hartman, because you can't just dismiss how the quarterback play limited this offense this year. You can't. I mean, I didn't like the game plan against Stanford at all. There were still 6 or 7 opportunities where that's an easy throw you got to make. I mean, there's throws where Tobias Merriweather, he got the touchdown, but there was another play, Ryan, where he was running a big over route and he was just wide open and Drew just wouldn't look at him. He was just locked in on Michael Mayer. Some of those 3rd down passes that came in complete late in the game, it's like he's just locked in on Mayer where there's another dude wide open, right? So, I mean, but again, you're the quarterback's coach. But at the same time, you're playing with your backup quarterback. So I'm gonna be merciful and give him a pass, not a pass, give him okay. I get it, right? I get it. You had some issues there at the quarterback position, but next year, if something happens to Sam Hartman, God forbid, you've got a pretty dynamic kid coming off the bench that would have been your starter next year if not for the injuries. Because I said this on the Bill King show, and I think I've said it here as well, on this show as well. If Tyler Buckner doesn't get hurt, we're not talking about a transfer quarterback like Sam Hartman. We're talking about them bringing in a depth player. That's it. It's a depth guy, because I still think Drew would have left anyway. You're talking about, okay, who are you going to bring in, to compete in the room? And maybe not even anyone at all, because you'd have Angeli, you'd have Kenny Mitchell coming in. I'd feel good about the backup at that point in time to a degree. I'd still say maybe bringing a veteran because of Tyler's injury history. But if he wouldn't have got injured, he'd have look, the dude's played now 2 full years in Notre Dame, and the only game he missed was against Wisconsin with a hamstring, but a game he probably could have played in if he was the starter, right? He probably would have gutted through it. And so, but he didn't. He didn't stay healthy. He did get hurt. And so that's why we are where we are with Sam Hartman. But it also doesn't change the fact that if Tyler Buckner is not the starting quarterback this year, and he is the backup quarterback, you're going to be bringing a pretty dang football player off the bench. There's no question about it. You're going to have depth where if your top 2, we talked about this, if your top 2 running backs for some reason are unavailable, there's a lot of teams that would love to have a backfield of Chris Tyree, Jadarian Price, Jeremiah Love, and Jabron Payne.
Oh, yeah. I
mean, think about that. If you lose your top 2 receivers, let's just say it's Lorenzo Styles and Jaden Thomas. Yep. You still have Deion Colsey, both Caleb Smiths, Jaden Greathouse, Braylon James. I mean, there's still plenty of weapons there. Same at tight end. I mean, people are just like, hey, maybe you should move Blake Fisher guard because they want to get Tosh Baker going at tackle, right? I mean, the point is there's depth everywhere. There are playmakers everywhere. It's just right now, the problem is is it offensive coordinator and receiver, the conversation is still too much about potential and not enough about production.
Exactly.
The more that changes, the better it will be, in my opinion. And so when I look at that, Ryan, that's what gives me optimism about it, about this position. Now let's kind of just quickly work through position by position,
Sure.
Ryan, and talk about next is where are they right now with the current roster? Is the current roster good enough? So I think we established the position coaches, good enough. Tommy Rees, to be determined. Potential's there, got to prove it consistently. So the answer is no, it's not there. It's not good enough yet. That's the answer, correct? Which we should say. Right now, what Tommy Rees has done in 3 years is not good enough because it hasn't been consistent enough. But the potential is there. So we'll see if the potential can become consistent production this year. So now let's go position by position. We're going to go quarterback, offensive line, running back, tight end, and receiver is the direction we're going to go. And I think this is a smooth segue. And this is kind of what we were just referring to, Ryan. When you look at the depth chart of the quarterback position, it's as good as it's been since the mid-20 teens. When you look at that stretch from like 13 to 15, 16, 17, when you had Everett Golson and Malik Zaire in 13 with Tommy Rees. 14, Tommy's gone. Ev's back. You've got Deshaun Kaiser. You've got Malik Zaire. 15, Ev leaves. You've got Malik Zaire. He goes down, and what do you replace him with? An incredibly talented kid in Deshaun Kaiser. You have those two guys the next year. You have Brandon Wimbush those 2 years. And then after that, it kind of started going down a little bit, right? And you're now talking about because of Buckner finally starting to show, okay, that's the Tyler Buckner that I remember. Now let's just clean up some of the stuff with the turnovers. But, man, that's the playmaker that I remember in high school. That's the dude that had us all so fired up before this season. You see getting Kenny Minchey. Love Kenny Minchey. SI99 just released their final SI99, and Kenny Minchey was ranked. And by the way, I had nothing to do with the SI99 this time. I was just too busy. I couldn't help him out. Kenny Minchey's ranked 84th in their top 100. They had 9 Notre Dame players in their top 100 or their top 99. Only 2 teams had more. Bama and Georgia at 11 and 10. Notre Dame had 9 in the SI99, including Kenny Minchey at 84. He's a big-time player. Steve Angeli is the overlooked guy because he's just not an elite player, but Steve Angeli is a quality talent. Like if there comes a day where Steve Angeli has to be your starting quarterback, you're like, okay, what do we have? Kid with a good body, decent physical tools, right? But he's a smart kid who's as cool as you're going to get, man. I mean, just from every little bit we've seen, just kind of runs out there. Okay, it's my turn. Let me go make some plays, right? Doesn't have the God-given ability of other guys, Ryan, but that's important for a guy that's going to be coming off the bench at some point in time.
That's the thing that popped most when I saw Angeli in person, Brian, was even when he was going against, a little bit of the first team guys, he looked comfortable, man. Like he just wasn't like even working out a structure. He just wasn't flappable. He was just a really cool customer, which at a 6'2 plus quarterback who has decent tools and is a cool customer, I think that's something to build on, right? And I mean, there's a possibility that Steve Angeli never plays significant snaps at Notre Dame, or he might. And the fact that he's in the room and he might just be a depth piece for his career, like that's
you feel good about where the quarterback room is at that point in time, right?
You feel great about it. Because, I mean, we talked about Hartman, right? You can't dispute the fact that you're adding 122 touchdowns to the room, right? Like that's substantial. You also are going to be battling with a kid with Tyler Buckner who was, in my opinion, borderline 5-star player if he did not miss his senior year. I think he would have been in that conversation, top 50.
He was for me. He was a 5-star for me prior to him missing his senior year, which was his second missed year in 3 years. That's why it mattered.
And there's obviously context, but the fact matter of the fact is whether Sam Hartman or Tyler Buckner are the starter, whoever is the backup quarterback at that point is one of the best darn backup quarterbacks in college football.
Correct.
Like that is impressive. And you might still be in the bucket, Brian, where as long as both guys are a part of the room, let's say Sam Hartman's the guy, you can also then utilize Tyler Buckner's skill sets, similarly maybe to what you did as a freshman a little bit to get that dynamic on the field at times, right? So there's a lot of upside to that group. Kenny Minchey doesn't have to be forced into action early, but he is good enough to maybe do it if he was needed to do. So you have those three guys on top of Steve Angeli. I mean, that's a nice 4-man group. And again, you were at the point at the end of the season where after Drew Pine decided to enter the transfer portal, you have Tyler Buckner, you have Steve Angeli. That's all you have, right? And we were talking literally going into that week of who the emergency quarterback is going to be. Who's that guy? Mitchell Evans, I guess.
You don't have Avery Davis anymore.
Exactly. You don't have an emergency quarterback. Next season, as long as everybody's healthy, you're going to have 4 viable options at quarterback who can play football on this level. They're all going to be in different roles, but you have created a lot of depth and a lot of really good depth in the quarterback room.
To me, Ryan, here's the key. They have got to do whatever they can over these next 8 months to convince Tyler Buckner to stay.
Right.
Have to convince him to stay. And here's what you sell them. Look, man, you lost a lot of development time with the injuries. It is what it is. You showed your big-time potential in that bowl game. If you don't get hurt, we're not here right now. But we feel we've got a chance to make a run next year. You're going to get a chance to compete, but we also didn't bring Sam in to be your backup, right? So you're going to get a chance to compete. If you beat him out, you'll play. But if not, this kid can be a great mentor for you, even if he doesn't verbally do it, by just watching him, how he progresses, how he does those type of things. And you're still our guy for 2 years, after that, because the only positive to come out of Tyler's injury this year is that he only played 3 games, which means he gets his red shirt back that he not blue. Because, I mean, I was totally fine with them playing him in 2021, but that he lost. I guess that's a better one in 2021. He gets that back. He still has 3 years of eligibility left, so he can be a 2-year starter. And so if you can convince Tyler to stay and you keep CJ Carr in the 24 class, which we have every expectation that they will. I'm not saying that if there's anything to worry about. I know as soon as you say something like that, people are like, wait a minute, are you worried about CJ Carr? I'm not. I'm just saying as long as you do, you're now done with portal quarterbacks for the time being. Now, there may be a time where a guy goes pro early and another kid transfers and you just get into that pickle where you need one. But right now, if they can convince all these kids to stay, they're done with the portal stuff. Now, even if you lose Steve Angeli, let's say they say, Steve, you're going to get a chance to start battle for the starting job in 24. He goes out in the spring. Tyler beats him out. And he says, hey, I'm going to go to Rutgers where I can start. Okay, cool. I get that. But you're still good because you'll have Tyler, you'll have Kenny Minchie as a sophomore, and then you'll have CJ Carr. So you're still good. And so that's why it was important to get Kenny Minchie. That's why it's important to keep Tyler Buckner, in my opinion. Because I think you'd have to consider going to the portal again next year if Tyler leaves. I don't think you can just assume that Kenny's going to be ready or that Steve is that guy to compete for a championship. I'm definitely not saying, oh, well, it's okay, throw CJ Carr as a true freshman in there. You know what I mean? Like maybe that guy is, but you're going to have to at least pursue some portal options next year if Tyler leaves.
Because you want competition. You don't want to just hand it to someone. You want them to be the best player there, right?
Yeah. Right. So that's kind of where I look at it, Ryan, is I think that the talent is finally there. Now it's about developing that talent. That's the big question mark that we have. Now, I actually think Tommy Rees has done a better job of development than he's given credit for. I think that they got the most that they could get out of Ian Book. I do. I think he is who he is. I thought watching Jack Cohn evolve over the course of last year from going from an under center play action drop back pro style quarterback to a shotgun oriented quarterback was impressive to me. Technically, the way that they transitioned or went through his kind of going through progressions. That's what I'm trying to say. I thought that was all. I mean, showed good coaching. This year, it's hard to say because Tyler got hurt. But then you see what Tyler's capable of in the bowl game. With Drew, I don't think Drew's issues were mechanical. I never watched the play. It's like, boy, his feet got him in a bad spot. The only issue that I had was, and I know for a fact, this is something the coaching staff was on him about all the time, was he would get to the back of his drop and he would then just start climbing into the pocket for no reason. And that was something, and I think that came from a lack of confidence. He did not, I mean, and how do I think Drew thinks he was a confident kid, And maybe he is confident in a lot of ways, but subconsciously, I don't know if he was confident in himself, which is why he wouldn't make throws that were there, that were tougher. It's why he just locked in on Michael Mayer so often. It's why I think he would always climb to the pocket, because that's the mark of a guy that's not confident he can get the ball where he needs to get to. So I got to get I got to climb up. And so I think when Drew was on, he was better about that. And so I know it was being coached, but it just wasn't being received enough in those areas. So I think the development has been better than people give it credit for. Is it good enough? That's another part of that whole, this is a big year for Tommy Rees. How quickly can you get Sam Hartman comfortable with the mechanics of this offense, comfortable with the ins and outs and the nuances of this offense? That's a big key, because he is making a big change, from that standpoint. That's going to be important. Then can you, if you're able to convince Tyler Buckner to stay, can you use this year to get Tyler mechanically sound? Because if Tyler Buckner becomes mechanically sound, he will be an elite quarterback in 24 and 25. I'm telling you right now, it's a mechanical issue for him. There's some experiential stuff that will get worked out because he will be in the system longer, that all young quarterbacks make mistakes. His issues are primarily mechanical ones, technical ones, urgency, like all that stuff is coachable, just not being sharp, just not quickly getting the ball out and getting baited by a guy. That's all coachable stuff. And so if Tommy Rees can get that going over this next year, then all of a sudden Notre Dame's going to go from quarterback is the thing that has held you back to you're now competing because of the quarterback position. Yeah. And that's an exciting thing for me, Ryan, with the talent they have in the room. And if it's not Tyler, then it's Kenny Minchie, and then it's CJ Carr. So I feel so much better about the quarterback room right now than I have in the last few years. And that's coming from a guy that was a big, very high Jack Cohn, big pro Jack Cohn guy.
I mean, and you have options, right? And that's what recruiting is. You're trying to give your coaches options of development and guys to push each other and then to choose from. And the fact that you've created, again, like we were scarce for depth at the end of the season when we were talking about it, right? We were looking at this group and saying, you don't have Tyler, you have Drew, and then if not, you have a true freshman Steve Angeli, and then you don't have anything after that. And then you get into the bowl game, Drew leaves, you have Tyler and coming back from an injury, and then you have freshman Steve Angeli. You just don't have a ton of options. Now looking forward to this season, you're going to have 4 quarterbacks in the room that are good enough to play at this level, that are talented football players, that each could potentially play football at Notre Dame in their career. That's how good they are. So you've got yourselves options, and that's not even building towards the fact that, yeah, you're going to have Hartman on a 1-year rental. We'll put it like that. But then you have CJ Carr coming in, and there's been, after the missteps in quarterback recruiting in 2023 early on, you get a guy like Kenny Minchie, who's a really good player. You already had a player like CJ Carr in the class that was a borderline 5-star recruit when he was committed to when he first committed to Notre Dame. So you have those 2 talented kids coming in the next 2 years. You have Sam Hartman, who's a proven commodity. You have Tyler Buckner, who has shown when healthy, he can get some stuff done. He can make some plays. There's no doubt. He has dynamic ability. Steve Angeli, that is going to be a year older, a year stronger, a year wiser in that sense. So you have a lot of options coming in. Quarterback, it's all about development at this point. You saw Sam Hartman, 77 touchdown passes the last 2 years. It's a great baseline to build off of. Can he take a next step? Can he go from being one of the top 10 quarterbacks in college football to being a top 5 quarterback in college football? Can he take that step in his 1 year with Tommy Rees? That's a question I have. I want to see it answered. Can Tommy Rees get the most, and can this offensive coaching staff get the most out of Tyler Buckner whenever his number is called ultimately? Can they develop Kenny Minchie from a true freshman and on? So there's still questions that need to be worked out, but at the end of the day, is there enough talent in the quarterback room moving forward to compete for a championship? I say yes, absolutely. No hesitation in my voice, because there's a lot of talent. It's just now about, can you get the most out of that talent? That's what coaching's about.
And put the other pieces around it. That's exactly the other part. And so let's get to that. Offensive line-wise. Development, check. We already talked about it. There's no question about development. And honestly, I think the talent is there too. And not just next year for sure. And this is part of the reason it's like, why is Notre Dame focused on making a run this year? Because look, let's be honest, folks. They're not going after Sam Hartman if they don't think they have a chance to make a run for a championship this year. They know that ultimately the best thing for Tyler Buchner is to let him play. Maybe the light goes on and you can make a run this year. But if not, you get that experience and then you go into 2024 and Tyler's ready to run. The reason they chose not to go that route is because they believe this 23 team has a chance with a couple additions here and there to compete for a championship. That's why. And so you have it there. And part of that is, Ryan, you have the best offensive tackle tandem in the country coming back next year with the best offensive line coach in the business in many people's view, including mine. Zeke Correll, after the first 3 or 4 games, was a pretty darn good football player the rest of the way, to the point where he was that veteran player you want to see, where even when he would get beat off the ball, he knew exactly how to recover and make the block. That is so important for a veteran player to do. And he played at a high level, in my opinion, down the stretch. And I hope that he can build on that confidence. Yeah, you're going to have some new guards, but so are a lot of other teams. Georgia's got linemen they got to replace. Ohio State has a bunch of linemen they got to replace. Bama's got some good linemen they got to replace. Go ahead, Ryan.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, and if there was positions that I would want to have to find solutions at, it would be a guard, right?
Like not center, not tackle. Right.
Exactly. You got your 2 tackles, you got your center. I'll figure out the guards. And the best part about it is that both guards are going to be next to a darn good tackle and a veteran center at this point. So they're going to have the help around them, which is very important. You're not just throwing a new tackle on an island and being like, go ahead, brother. You.
Exactly. You've got very experienced kids coming back there. Zeke Correll's played a lot of football now, and he was able – and Zeke staying healthy for a whole year was also important, because he's another guy that had struggled to stay healthy in his career. So him to stay healthy at that position is a very important thing. And, yeah, there's going to be an experience at guard next year, but most likely at least at one. At once, I mean, if Andrew Kristofic wins the one of the starting guard positions, you've got a pretty veteran player. He's going to be a fifth-year senior. He started, 8 or 9 games in his career. He's been a part of this program for a while. Experience won't be an issue at the other guard spot if he wins it. And if he doesn't win the starting job, let's be honest about this, Ryan. If Andrew Kristofic doesn't win the other guard job, it's not because he didn't work it's because somebody else beat him out for it. And that's a good sign, because it's because someone have to have earned it.
Because Kristofic's talented, man. I feel like people they miss the fact that, I mean, he was once a pretty high recruit coming out of Pine Richland. Like, he's a talented kid, and there's a reason that he played a good amount in 2021, and he helped to solidify that unit a little bit.
He was a kid that needed a kick in the butt.
Yes.
In my opinion. And he was not getting that from the previous coach.
Agreed.
He's getting that now. So that's my point, is that if it's not Andrew Kristofic, it means some young Tai Chan, Rocco Spindler, Michael Carmen, somebody beat him out. Or he got hurt. But, right now, let's just work with the assumption he's not hurt. And that means that guy's going to be really good to beat out Andrew Kristofic. Or they got a transfer who's a really good football player. And then the other position, I would assume right now, I think Billy Schrouth is a guy that's going to have a great shot to win a starting job too. And he's extremely talented player. He's a top 100 recruit. So the talent next year is I would argue, Ryan, that next year's offensive line is going to be more physically talented than the 2022 offensive line. It's just you don't have the experience that Josh Lugg and Jarrett Patterson brought to the table. But when you talk about Joe Alt being a junior, he should be even more talented than he is, because he's going to be stronger. Blake Fisher being more fundamentally sound as he gets more and more time with Coach Easton makes him an even more talented player, because talent is part your ability to go produce. And I think Zeke Correll is going to benefit from the experience he got. Billy Schrouth physically is more talented than Jarrett Patterson and Josh Lugg. He's not a more talented football player yet, because that involves technique and execution and all that. But just physical athletic talent, he's better than the 2 guys they had at guard last year. Will he be? Tai Chan is in that conversation. And we don't talk a lot about Tai Chan, but he's a really big and I was so happy to hear that they moved him to guard early.
Yes.
Because when I watched him as a senior, I was like, that guy's not a tackle. But if they move him to guard, he might be a really good football player.
I think it was, I forget if it was me and Sean, or I forget who it was, but when we saw them in person, because Ty was an early enrollee, if I remember correctly, wasn't he?
No.
He was not.
No.
So I forget when
You
I
saw him
saw
in
him.
fall. I think you saw him in fall
Fall camp.
camp, right?
Yeah. So we saw him in fall camp, and I didn't know what his number was. And I was just like, who's 77? Because he's filled out already, man. He's a
He
massive
was an
kid.
early enrollee. I think you're right.
Okay. So maybe
I
he
think
was in
you're
the
right.
spring. And I'm like, Brian, from the onset, though, I remember me and Sean were talking, and maybe Vince as well. We're just like, who is 77? That is a massive kid, man. That you're like, that's a true freshman? Wow. So, yeah, I mean, he's a guy that you definitely have to at least keep an eye on, right? Because he's got some tools. He's a big kid. At guard, he's a really good athlete for playing guard. So, I mean, there's some tools to work with Tai Chan. But I think your biggest point, and it's, I mean,
No, he
yes, I
wasn't.
agree.
I just looked it up. He
Oh, he
wasn't an
wasn't.
early
Okay,
enrollee.
so what?
So it would have been in fall camp. Yeah.
So we saw him in fall camp. It looked fantastic. And back to your point, though, if Andrew Gustafa can't win a starting spot, that tells me that, man, you have some dudes on the
Right.
interior, because Andrew Gustafa is not lacking in talent. Like
No.
this isn't a
Good football player.
this isn't like a 6th-year former walk-on, right? Like he's
Right.
a pretty
It's not a
darn player.
coincidence that the offensive line started getting better when Joe Alt and Andrew Kristofic were put into the starting lineup.
Right.
It's not a coincidence in 2021. And so he's a good football player. So that's where you say is the talent's going to be there next year. It's just about whether or not it can play as one unit. But and I'm more confident that's going to be there because Harry stands there. And go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. I was just going to say, and if Andrew Kristofic, let's say, ever hit the transfer portal market, there would be a lot of suitors for a guy like Andrew Kristofic, because you just can't find that many good offensive linemen. You can't find enough. So,
yeah. I think another thing, too, is that the tackle spot, this is a big offseason for Tosh Baker, because here's another thing you got to remember about Tosh Baker is Tosh is technically this year was technically a redshirt freshman this year. I'm pretty confident in saying that because I think he only played in 4 games the year before, I believe. I'm checking that right now because his 2020 year didn't exist in for all intents and purposes. So this year, I'm looking at it here. Let me find the tackles. Tosh Baker, he did play in 5 games that year, is what it says here. So he would have been a redshirt freshman this year. And so you look at him and say he still has a lot of eligibility left. If Joe Alt or Blake Fisher leaves, Tosh Baker can still be a 2-year starter at Notre Dame, right? So this is a big year for him to kind of prove to be that. Does Emil Wagner is a guy with a very high ceiling. You look at Ashton Craig's a guy that I'm very high on who came in as a younger guy. Then you have the incoming freshman class with Charles Jagasol, who is I think is going to be a factor in the guard rotation. Like, hey, if you don't like what you're getting at guard, hey, there's a 6'6", 325-pound dude right there from Chicago, from Illinois that's ready to play. And so the talent's going to be there. You've got Sam Pendleton, Sullivan Absher. I mean, and you saw this at the All-American Bowl, right? Sullivan Absher's a big boy. That was a big dude. He's got a lot of work needed in the pass game, but the tools are there because you weren't as high on him as I was coming out, but you got higher on him when you saw how well he moved and the athletic ability he has. But as a right tackle or a guard down the road, Sam Pendleton's about as strong of a kid as you're going to get. Joe Otting Ryan loves Joe Otting, by the way.
Ton of upside, man. If he can fill out, there's a ton of upside.
And Christopher Tarrick is a really good depth piece that Wisconsin wanted, right? You beat Wisconsin for an offensive lineman. That's a good sign, right?
Michigan was in there too.
Right.
Iowa wanted Christopher
Teams
Tarrick,
that understand good offensive line talent. So the future, the present and the future of the offensive line from a talent standpoint are outstanding. And the coaching is there. I'm confident at that position. Same with running back, Ryan. When you look at the running back position, coaching is there. We talked about it. This is as deep as a running back room as you're going to find. I mean, I remember in 2019 when Notre Dame went down and played Georgia, Brian Kelly did not want to play Kyron Williams that year. He wanted to preserve a year of eligibility for some stupid reason. And so they went into the Georgia game where Jameer Smith was hurt, Sebo Flemister was hurt, Jafar Armstrong was hurt, and he didn't want to play Kyron Williams. And you had Tony Jones, and that was it. I mean, that was it. But even if they were all healthy, a true freshman Kyron Williams, Jameer Smith, and Sebo Flemister, and Jafar Armstrong. The talent that they have been able to upgrade at running back started with Lance Taylor and Chip Long, going out and getting Chris Tyree. You missed out on Will Shipley, so what do? You don't cry in your milk, right? You just cry over spilled milk, right? You go out and say, okay, let's go get some dudes, and they did. They got Logan Diggs and Audric Estime You come out the next year, you get Jadarian Price. Now, the Achilles injury is concerning as far as will he be able to bounce back. But you also get Jabron Payne, a guy that if Jabron Payne isn't injured for 2 years, Notre Dame has no chance of getting him late like they did. None. He'd have been at Ohio State or Michigan or Penn State or somewhere like that, right? That's where he would have been if it wasn't for the injuries. He's a good football player.
Yep.
And then you're bringing in Jeremiah Love, who also is ranked in the top 100 by 3 or 4 services. SI 99 ranked him 78th. I think one service has him around 50. I graded him out after his senior year as a top 50 player in the country.
Yes.
And you're talking about a situation where there's a chance that Jabron Payne is your 6th running back.
Bonkers, man. Bonkers.
Seriously?
Yeah.
So, I mean, you're loaded there. And as I said, you're in a situation where heaven forbid something happened to where you didn't have your top 2 backs. You're still going to battle with Chris Tyree, Jadarian Price, Jeremiah Love, and Jabron Payne. There's a lot of teams that would love that for just to be their running back room, much less the top 2 guys.
Brian, how many teams, honestly, I know he's not an early enrollee, but how many teams nationally does Jeremiah Love show up on the fields or show up to the campus and he's like immediately?
Most.
It's just wild. It's wild.
Yeah.
There's a legitimate chance where he might be the 4th or 5th running back on the depth chart at points this year, which is just wild to think about.
People are going to lose their minds when I say this, and they're just they're gonna say that I'm nuts just because they've convinced themselves that every single kid on scholarship at Georgia is a 5-star kid. But I wouldn't trade Georgia's running back room for Notre Dame's. I wouldn't do it. There's no way. Kenny McIntosh was their leading rusher this year. He was not a top 200 player. He was not a 5-star kid. 2 services had Kenny McIntosh as a 3-star recruit.
Mm-hmm.
Well, one did. I'm sorry. 247 did. One had him as number 115. Another had him as number 223.
And he's a good player, but he's
nice
not.
Player, right.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. The kid that was Kendall Milton has not played like a 5-star player so far, partly because it's a pretty deep running back room. And then the other kid, DeJuan Edwards, is a good player, but they use him well. That's what they do. They do a really good job of using him. And so when I look at that set, I wouldn't trade that group for Notre Dame's group, especially projecting to next year. Ryan, that's the other part, is especially if I'm looking at next year and I'm projecting to next year. I'm Branson Robinson to me is a good player, but I'm not trading him for Audric Estime.
Absolutely
no
not.
way.
Because they're kind of similar-ish styles,
very
right?
similar.
But Audric is better, in my opinion.
Is he a year older, right?
Exactly.
And so, to me, you're going to have a chance to be, because a lot of the top backs in the country are leaving, right? Like Bijan's gone. Deuce Vaughn, I think, is going. Is he going pro or is he coming back?
He's going pro. It's a wild 2023.
Zach Charbonnet is going
class.
pro. Like, other than Blake Corum, who are the top backs coming back next year?
Quinshawn Junkins, I guess, had a really good year for Ole Miss.
Right? A guy that Notre Dame passed on to take Jadarian Price.
Wild.
Rightfully so, by the way. That's not a criticism. Jadarian was a better – let me tell y'all something, and I don't know if – and the people that have been here for a while, they understand this, and because they've heard this before.
Mm-hmm.
But for those who are kind of new to the channel, here's a fact. This is I was told this in the spring. This is kind of towards the end of the spring. And I was told this again over the summer. I was told this by several people around the program, including players who reached out to me to tell me this. I didn't ask them this because I don't like reaching out to players to try to get intel on the team. I'm not comfortable with that. I'll say, hey, how are you doing? I check on them every now and then. But I had a couple guys reach out to me and were like, hey, this Jadarian Price kid is going to be a star. This kid is going to be a star. And boy, this kid is great. This kid is this kid is that. And you're like, okay, right. You see, and I love this film. I graded him as a top 100 recruit.
Yeah.
And so as good as the kids that they had this year were, Ryan, if it wasn't for, they are there because Jadarian got hurt. I mean, there's a good chance he'd have been their starting running back this year if he doesn't get hurt. And that's kind of wild to say. It's really wild to say. So I'm not trading that running back room for anybody. And getting Jeremiah Love this year was huge because now you can feel like if Jadarian Price can just get back to being the guy he was, but even if he's just 90% of what he was and he's a number 2 behind Jeremiah Love, you feel really good about that group.
And for 2023, you also have bigger backs as the top two guys, and Diggs and Estimate coming back, and now you have some juice behind
Yes.
them, so you can
And it's
find
not just
ways.
Chris Tyree with juice.
No,
Correct.
you can find ways to get Chris Tyree, Jeremiah Love, Jadarian Price, even Jabron Payne involved in the running game or the passing game because they have something that Logan Diggs and Audric Estime don't have a ton of, right? Like Audric Estime is a incredible downhill runner. He's got good straight line speed for his size, but he can't run with Jeremiah Love. I mean, that's no disrespect. He can't, right? And you can get that guy in a specific role in 2023, and you could create some absolute headaches. So you want to talk about having the quarterback for Tommy. You want to talk about having the offensive line for Tommy, having a plethora of wide receivers and pass game weapons. You also have a deep running back room where there is going to be options to have Audric Estime and Jeremiah Love on the field at the same time, to have Audric Estime and Logan Diggs on the field at the same time, to have Chris Tyree and Logan Diggs on the field at the same time. There is a just embarrassment of riches at the running back room right now. It is wild to look at.
And I will say this. How Tommy Rees uses Chris Tyree next year is going to tell us a lot about his evolution as an offensive coordinator.
Yes.
If he uses them like he did most of this year, it's just going to be like, okay, you're just still kind of, this is what we do, and you're trying to, tap a square peg into a round hole. If he uses him more as an outside in runner and then on the perimeter in the pass game in different areas and it's part of the 21 package, that's going to tell me that, and we saw it in the bowl game, right? So we know he's done it. We saw it against North Carolina. We saw it against Cal. Let's not forget, Chris Tyree is the guy that sparked the offense in that win over Cal. He's the guy that got them going. And then he had another 100-yard game against North Carolina, 100-yard total offense, rushing and receiving. He had back-to-back against North Carolina and Cal. He was the focal point of the offense that helped them get out of that 0-2 funk to start the season. And then he kind of went away. And then they brought that back against Clemson, and he made a couple big plays on the perimeter. We saw it late in the game. Who was the guy that made the money play late in the game on the game-winning touchdown drive? It was Chris Tyree catching the slide right out of the backfield and then outrunning the defensive sideline. So it's like you just got done getting hammered by Audric Estime. Logan Diggs is ripping you up. And then when the game was on the line, they got Chris Tyree in the game. It's like, and he makes a play. So it's a loaded room. Talent is there. Coaching is there. It's how do you use it? It's a good problem to have. I got a lot of players. I got to figure out how to keep all these guys happy. And so that if you use Chris Tyree correctly, then you can take him off the kick return team and I would put Price and Love back there personally. I'd have both of them back there. One is the one side, it kind of where they have the two guys there. I'd use both of them. And so, I mean, that's something that I'm excited about to see, Ryan. Talent is there. Tight end, same thing, Ryan. Is it going to be the elite group it was in the past? No. Mitchell Evans is a good football player. I think you were the one that compared him to like Troy Nicholas type of player, how you use Troy Nicholas.
Yes.
And I think he's going to see, I would argue that the player that we saw play this year that's going to make the biggest jump next year is going to be Mitchell Evans. And not because he's going to play more because he's healthier, because he was never supposed to play this early. That's the thing, is there were some misses on the recruiting trail, some injuries, some guys not panning out like Kevin Bauman. Tommy Tremble should have still been here. I mean, you expected him to be a 5-year player when you landed him. George Takis deciding to leave, which wasn't a miss. It was just he decided to leave. They wanted him back. And then last year in 2021, it was about a lot of injuries, right, Ryan? And so you definitely thought Tommy Tremble was going to be there in 2021. Nobody thought Tommy Tremble was a 3-year player, and he should have been a 3-year player. He should have been a 4-year player. He should have stayed. But you look at it and you say, he's a guy to me that had to play sooner than he was ready to play.
Mm-hmm.
And that hurt him a little bit his first 2 years, but that's going to pay huge dividends for him in 2023 and 24 because the experience is going to be there. But the biggest thing is he's going to make the biggest physical jump, in my opinion, if he puts in the work. And I have never heard that he's not going to put in the work, but he missed a big chunk of weight room time this past year because of the foot injury.
Yep.
I mean, for half the offseason, he was riding around with his knee on one of those little scooter things. So he missed a lot of development time. So I think Mitch Evans is going to see a big physical jump, which is going to make him a lot better player next year Then you've got Holden Stace is going to improve, and then I know you believe that Cooper Flanagan can be a guy that can help you as a blocker in day one, and I agree with you. And then the wild card there is the two current freshmen. How much of a jump does Holden Stace make? And number two is, what do you see from our Eli Raridan? And then there's another guy that I'm very curious to see if the staff is able to find a little bit more of a niche role opportunity for Davis Sherwood. That's going to be another interesting one for me. So there's plenty of guys there that do a lot of different things. Talent's not going to be an issue, even if Eli Raridan needs time to come back, which I think he will need time to. I'm definitely not rushing him back now. I'm going to give him a full 12 months, in my opinion. Like, if he's playing in the first game of the year, I'm going to be nervous. My thing is get him ready for Ohio State. That's all I care about. And so that's just a position that I'm not worried about at all. I think the tight end, it's not going to be what it was with Michael Mayer, but it's going to be a really good tight end room, in my opinion, next year.
Does the depth worry you at all, just with a couple injuries that are in the room right now, and Kane Barong obviously leaving this offseason?
Not really, because I do think, number one, injuries meaning Eli Raridan, correct?
Eli Raridan and then Kevin Bauman. Yeah.
Right. I don't even talk about Kevin Bauman, to be completely honest with you. And I should, but like, I look at it like this. As long as you don't have an additional injury, I'm good. Because I do think Mitchell Evans is going to be a good player. I do think Holden Stace is a very talented player, and he's going to be much better in year 2 than he was in year 1. Agreed. And I think Cooper Flanagan can play right away. And I also think there's a role for Davis Sherwood. Now, if you use him, let's say you have a couple injuries and you got Mitchell Evans and Holden Stace is down and Cooper Flanagan's not ready and Eli's not back yet. You can do some things out of 12 personnel that almost is going to look like an old school eye, where you move him around and you're running your counters and your power O's and stuff. Because honestly, from what I've seen of Davis, he hasn't played a ton, but from what I've seen of him on special teams and things like that, I actually think the counter stuff would work more effectively with him coming up from an offset running back alignment than it did this year coming from a wing, to be honest with you. And so I think there's a role that he could fill, Ryan, because here's the key. The number 2 tight end doesn't catch the football. So it's not like Georgia, when Darnell Washington went out against Ohio State, that hurt their offense for a little bit because he's a weapon in the pass game. Notre Dame doesn't throw to their number 2 tight end. Now, we could argue that they should, but it's not – they don't need to, meaning if they don't have a pass catcher there, he can't do it. So as long as they have Mitchell Evans and Davis Sherwood healthy, I think they'll be fine there. And you can run a lot of 11, you can run a lot of 12 and things like that. So I'm not concerned about it from what you're putting on the field on Saturday. Where it hurts you, Ryan, is now all of a sudden you don't have the tight end depth to go out there and put a good look together for your scout team, on your scout team.
Sure.
That's concerned. But then you've got Henry Garrity coming in, who's 6'6", going to be 6'6", 230, 240 by the time next year comes around. You've got some other walk-on tight ends that are quality football players that could go to Valpo and be really good football players, that kind of thing. So it's just not as good as if they're having to go against Cooper Flanagan at his best or, guys like that. So it's not so much a concern right now, Ryan, for me. It really isn't. I think that you have to make sure that you can get those guys back healthy. But, you look at it now, they've got Jack Larson in the 24 class. They're offering another 24 guys. We'll get to a question about that here in the mailbag too, Ryan.
Yep.
But I think the tight end room is in good position. And this is where we're going to find, to your point, Ryan, my question is dependent upon Jared Parker being who we think he is as a coach.
That's fair.
Right?
Yeah.
Because if he's who we think he's a coach, he'll get at least two to three guys ready from that group.
I really do like that the group has a lot of different styles, right? I feel like I talk about that a lot, but you have Mitchell Evans, who is 6'6", who is a guy that, he could hold 265 on that frame. He's a long kid, man. Someone said in the chat, he looks the part, and they're absolutely right. He does look the part. Then you have a Holden Stace who has more of that H-back body, maybe a little more Tommy Tremble-ish as far as just a body type perspective. You have Eli Raridan, and if he's healthy, man, he's 6'6", 240 pounds last year, and he looked skinny still, right? He's going to be a massive kid when he fills out as well. You have Davis Sherwood, who's more of a fullback type in that room. You have Cooper Flanagan coming in, who I'm telling you right now is going to be 6'5", 250 pounds when he gets on campus. He's a big kid as well. So you have size, you have length, but you also have different type of players, which as long as Tommy can mix and match those styles correctly, I think that you can get a lot of positivity. You can get a lot of production out of that room. But I agree. I think that Jared Parker has talent to work with. It's just, you got to show your merit this year as a coach. And I think that he has the opportunity to do that.
Yeah. It gets us down to wide receiver. And we did this one last for a reason, Ryan, because I think this is the group to me whose development mentally, physically, technically, and schematically is going to be the difference between this being a really good offense that's better than what we've seen in recent years, or if it's a championship caliber offense.
Sure.
Coaching is going to be part of this because this is one of the 10 most talented receiver rooms in the country, I would argue. Just God-given ability. We're not talking football talent. We're just talking physical talent.
Athletic talent.
Because the football talent's not there yet. Not the way it needs to be a top 10 unit, right? So I'm just the potential is there. Now they got to play that way. And that's the thing that's missing is they didn't play that way this year. And so while they were young, no excuse. That's one of the easiest positions for a young guy to come in and play. I mean, Clemson won a national championship with a freshman and a sophomore as their top two receivers. Now, they were great talents, but the point is they were mentally ready to play and play well. I don't buy that. Well, if you can't get freshmen and sophomores ready to play mentally, then you're putting too much on your plate of your players going into games. Simple as that. And so that's what I said. The one thing I want to see Tommy Rees do more than anything else is this year is find that balance between being really schematically involved and have people on your toes without putting so much on your players that you can't get young guys ready to play, that you feel you have to play a Matt Salerno, right? Like, I don't want to be there anymore. Now, this past year, they kind of had to early because you didn't have Deion Colsey. You didn't have Avery Davis. You didn't really have Joe Wilkins. And so you had some injury situations that left you with, like, well, who else are we going to play? Well, you should have played Tobias more. Okay, fair enough, but that was it. There was nobody else.
Right.
Well, this year you've got Caleb Smith, the transfer. You've got Deion Colsey. You've got Tobias, and you got Lorenzo Styles. You got Jaden Thomas, and you got Matt Salerno. 6 guys coming back with experience. And then you got 4 talented freshmen. So now you're in a position where you don't have to play a single one of the freshmen next year. But you better coach them up and get them ready to battle, because if those kids can push the veterans, A, if the veterans aren't playing well, those kids can beat them out, or B, if the veterans keep those freshmen off the field, it means your receiving corps is going to be filthy. But it can't be because they're not playing because they don't know the offense yet. That's on the coaching staff, 100%. 100%. At least 3 of their receivers had Ivy League offers, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Or maybe it's only 2. I know Greathouse did, correct? Or I know Rico Flores and Braylon James both did. I thought Greathouse did as well.
I think Greathouse had one. I think you're correct. Yeah.
So don't tell me they're not smart kids.
No.
You watch Jaden Greathouse play. That dude is smart. That kid knows how to play football. If you can't get him ready to play as a freshman, assuming he's healthy, that's on you. Rico Flores plays against big-time competition. He's one of the more savvy, advanced route runners that Notre Dame's had in a long time. If you can't get that kid ready to play as a freshman, that's on you, right? Yes. Braylon James is the most raw receiver they have. He's one of the more raw receivers they've brought in a while. But he's 6'3" and really freaking fast, right? So there's got to be a role for him. Hey, Braylon, I need you to do 4 things. I need you to run a go route, a post route, an over route, and a now screen. That is it. That's it. That's all I need you to know how to do. All I know how to need. That's all. That's it. So my point is, if those kids get those kids ready to play, because if you're a good enough coach to get those kids ready to play, Ryan, 1 of 2 things is going to be true. 1, they're not going to play because your veterans step up, which means you're going to have a nasty receiving core, right? Or 2, you get them ready to play, and if the veterans don't step up, you just, hey, yeah, I'm sorry, Lorenzo, you're not doing what I need you to do, so I'm gonna play this guy, right? So then you're still got a nasty receiving core. You know what I mean? So it's a win-win if you get those kids ready to play. If it's the same thing as before, as well, it's a seniority thing as well, who plays, then you're going to continue to have the same problems. If Notre Dame's offense becomes a true meritocracy and they truly coach the entire depth chart, then the receiving core is going to go from the biggest question mark to the second biggest plus on your football team next year. Not maybe the second best, most talented, but if they play good football next year, this offense isn't getting stopped because they don't have to play elite football. Georgia did not have elite pass catchers out at wide receiver this year. They had really good production at tight end, really good production at the running back, and then the receivers were just go make plays when we need you to. Notre Dame should be better than Georgia was this year at wide receiver, partly because some of Georgia's more dynamic players, Ryan, were hurt a lot of the year. Arian Smith was hurt a lot of the year. That factors into why I'm making that statement. I don't know if I would say that if he was healthy all year, right? Because he's a real dynamic player. So they had some guys out that, like Notre Dame, that brought it down a little bit, but they had the tight ends to rely on. So my point is, if this group can reach its potential, Ryan, and just not even full potential, just get to like 85% of your full potential, I don't know how you stop this offense. I with the offensive line, the running backs, the tight ends, and what you have at quarterback, I don't know how you stop this offense. I just don't know how you do it.
Brian, I think that from a just the look perspective, right? When you just walk into a room, I'm thinking about NFL scouts going into Notre Dame over the next couple of years. Like, just think of like this spring, right? They go in and they're just looking around, and you walk past the wide receiver room. I don't know when the last time was that Notre Dame had this depth of the talent looking like it does right now in the wide receiver room. Because they're going to walk past Deion Colzie and be like, wow, that dude's 6'5", 210. Like, what the heck? What are they feeding these guys in South Bend, Indiana? And then he's going to walk by Tobias Merriweather and be like, that guy's 6'4.5". Where'd that kid come from? And then you're going to walk past Braylon James and be like, that kid's 6'3" and runs on the 4.4s. Oh, there's Jaden Greathouse hanging out over there. Oh, there's another guy in 6'2", 215-pound Jaden Thomas. Like, it's just wild to think about. And I mean, I saw Rico Flores in person, and he's a legit 6'1.5". I thought maybe that was a little overblown, but he's a legit 6'1.5". So this wide receiver room from a talent perspective and just from a look perspective is about as deep as it's been at Notre Dame in a few years, man. Like, there is some trees playing wide receiver for Notre Dame. You got to get the most out of them. Like, there's no doubt about that. But the fact that you might go into next season and Rico Flores, Jaden Greathouse could be your fourth or fifth receivers, like, that's a really good sign just from the fact that, like, hey, your talent, talent influx, because again, we talked so much about this. Del Alexander, previous staff, left this room in a terrible situation. Just from a depth perspective, it was atrocious.
And how these kids were coached.
Exactly.
I mean, Deion Colzie and Lorenzo Styles are basically freshmen from a coaching standpoint this year. I mean, if we're being honest about it.
Yeah. And it was put in a terrible situation. And I forgot to talk about Caleb Smith, both Caleb Smiths, right? It's like you're going to walk past.
Mention all ACC player last year with a terrible quarterback.
And he's 6'2" plus and 223 pounds. Like, he adds to the fact that these guys look the parts, and they've had production in spurts. It now needs to actualize itself into a higher level of production. But the fact of the matter is that this is about as deep of a room that Notre Dame has had at wide receiver in many years. It is. There is guys everywhere. You're going to go from Caleb Smith from the transfer from Virginia Tech and Deion Colzie, Tobias Merriweather to maybe a second unit of Rico Flores, Jaden Greathouse. Like, I forgot about Jaden Thomas. So, like, it's wild to think about the depth. I mean, literally, they are going to be 10 deep of incredible. And that's not even counting the fact of, like, let's see what happens with CJ Williams visiting.
Which we're not going to talk about him because right now he hasn't.
Exactly.
I don't know if he's going to pick Notre Dame. I know people are asking a million questions about it. I don't know if he's going to come Notre Dame or not. At this point in time, if he comes, great. If he doesn't, okay, they're going to be all right.
That's what I said on the show yesterday, Brian, about it. It's like if he chooses to come and both sides are happy, fine, that's cool. But it's not a need as much as it once was. It's
just about stacking talent at that point.
100%.
Right. 100%. And now he's got a chance to play. He'll have a chance to play. I'm not saying that, but it's just like, okay, you're going to be good with him and you'll be good without him. You know, now I would always say, okay, go if you feel good about him making the mental decisions of kind of getting over what caused him to leave in the first place, and you feel like he's bought in, get him. As long as he understands he's not being promised playing time. You know, that's the key thing, because I had him as a top 100 caliber recruit last year, no question. I had him as a top 75 to 90 type player last year. So I got no issues with CJ Williams' talent. I have questions about whether or not he actually wants to be at Notre Dame. But if he does, great, bring him in. And then you got another, and he may end up being better than all those other guys. I mean, who knows? The point is you're not basing your whole success this offseason on getting him like the D line is on Braden Fisk.
Exactly.
That's the difference.
Yeah. Yep.
If you get him, great. You made a good room, or a really good room talent wise, even better. That's the way I look at it. If you don't get him, you still got 10 guys with 9 guys with a lot of ability, and then a guy like Salerno, who proved if you use him correctly, can help your football team. There's no question.
And you know what's wild about the room too, Brian? And I know we're only looking forward to like what they're going to do in 2023, but outside of Caleb Smith, the transfer from Virginia Tech, all those guys can come back for 2024 as well, which and Salerno. But all those guys that we're talking about, the Jaden Greathouses, the Braylon James, the Deion Colesies, the Tobias Merriweathers, the Jaden Thomas, they can all come back and add to what the 2024 recruiting class is going to be at wide receiver. So the embarrassment of riches at wide receiver at Notre Dame is turning very quickly. Went from a scarce room that had players maybe at past years that should not have played as much to a team where, man, like there's going to be some tough decisions to be made as far as the rotation comes down to. And you have to give credit to the offensive coaching staff. You have to give credit to Chancey Stuckey, but now it's time to turn that talent into production.
Now, here's the question. Here's a big question mark. There's a lot of talent there. Who steps up as the go-to guys? That's the question, because I still think, and I'll use Georgia as an example because they're the champions. Their best pass catcher was a tight end. They didn't need a receiver to be the guy. Their tight end was. But when they needed plays to be made and teams were able to take Brock Bowers out, they always had somebody else that stepped up. And it wasn't always the same guy. It was Ladd McConkey sometimes. It was Adonai Mitchell at other times. It was Aaron Smith at other times. It was a running back at other times. But from the receiver room, there's a lot of talent, but we need to now see people emerge as, when the game is on the line, get me the ball. I feel like late in the year, we saw Jaden Thomas kind of become that guy in his role.
Agree.
They need an outside guy or two to step up as well. Deion Colesy showed some clutchness on third down. Didn't really play that well in the bowl game. I'm not surprised. He's a sophomore. And Deion, don't forget this either, folks. We haven't talked about it in a while. Deion Colesy is about a year younger than most of the kids in his grade. So he was closer in age, from what I'm told, to Tobias than he was to Jaden and Lorenzo. And now he may look like a grown-up because he's such a big, physically advanced kid, but Deion is young physically. He's just now scratching his potential, just now scratching it. Does he take that jump this year? Does Tobias take that jump this year? They need one of those two guys to step up and play, and be great if they get Lorenzo Styles mentally back on track. So, because the only concern I have is Jaden Thomas and Caleb Smith are similar in what they do. I think Caleb Smith has a little bit more vertical ability just because how well he plays the football. But you need one of those young guys to step up, in my opinion. And one of those outside guys to step up, Tobias or Deion, for this thing to really get rolling. And if those guys can step up, and like a perfect world for me is Caleb Smith doesn't start. Honestly, and this isn't him and Lorenzo Styles don't start. And here's why I say that. If Deion just says, hey, I'm the dude in the boundary, and Tobias is like, I'm the best receiver you have. And then Jaden Thomas is that I can do whatever you need me to do. And y'all go cover all those other dudes. I dare you. I dare you to give me a single coverage in the slot, right? Then all of a sudden, Caleb Smith can just move everywhere and play everywhere. And then Lorenzo can be more of a niche player as well. And now all of a sudden you start feeling like, wow, this is a pretty flipping good group. And then the other part of this is, obviously looking at the offense is how do you then use Chris Tyree as part of this as well? And so the potential is there, Ryan, but the problem with projecting the next season is right now, even with a guy like Jaden Thomas, we're still talking a lot more about this group's potential than it is their production.
No doubt.
Yeah. And that's that's why this is the big question mark still. The talent's there. No excuses talent-wise. But do they have it up here? Do they have it in here? And are they going to be prepared and used correctly? That's what we need to see. And if the answer to that is all yes, yes, and yes, this offense will take that jump. It will absolutely take that jump. There's no doubt in my mind.
And I mean, Sam Hartman played with a lot of good receivers at Wake Forest. The A.T. Perrys of the world, Ja'Cory Roberson the year before. They're all good players, right? But he will not have nearly as talented a wide receiver room if those guys hit near their ceiling. I don't need all those guys to be their peak in 2023. But if they just start to actualize it a little bit more, you start to see Deion Colzie with confidence is one of the scariest things that you'll find out there, man, because he is about as physically gifted as you will find. When he is confident, that is going to be a scary sight. Tobias Merriweather healthy could be a scary sight. Jaden Thomas continuing to get better. This wide receiver room has a chance to be scary. Right. It does. And with a quarterback that has shown, if I have a tall receiver outside, I'm giving you a chance to make a play. He's shown
done that his whole career.
Yeah. He's going to let a guy have an opportunity to win that 50-50 ball. And you have receivers now, if you're Notre Dame, to have opportunities to make those plays, right? Yeah. You have 6'4" skyscrapers everywhere on this team all of a sudden. 6'3" plus everywhere. So now it's about, to your point, Brian, you have to actualize that potential into production.
Right.
There's no doubt. But the baseline is that you have a lot of talent to work with.
And that's what I think is being missed in one of the comments in the chat is somebody said, why are you so sure in Tobias being a dude? We're not. That's what we're saying.
But you have options.
The talent is there.
Right.
The talent is there. There has been talented guys that never became good players. The talent is there for him to be a dude. What we're saying is that's what we want to see happen. He needs to show that. Number one, he needs to be given the opportunity to show that. Number two, he needs to show that. Somebody said if I'm worried about his injury history, he doesn't really have an injury history. He had a concussion. He had one concussion that kept him out for that period of time. Beyond that, he hasn't really had an injury history other than normal bumps and bruises that everybody else has. But what we're saying is not that he is a dude. He had one catch this year. It would be a total homer thing for to say, no. No doubt in my mind, he's going to be the dude next year. What I'm saying is there's no reason he can't be. The talent is there. And it's not out of the realm of discussion to say he could go from one catch to 1,000 yards because, Ryan, we've seen it. Golden Tate had 6 catches as a freshman for 120 some yards, right? Went out the next year, has over 50 for 1,000, 10+ touchdowns. Will Fuller as a freshman had 6 catches for 160 yards. Most of that came against Air Force. Goes out the next year, has over 70 catches, over 1,000 yards, right? Equanimous St. Brown has 1 catch for 8 yards as a true freshman in 2015. Comes out in 2016 in only 12 games because they didn't play a bowl game and has over 50 catches, just under 1,000 yards and 9 touchdowns, right? Yep. This is a position by and large that you can go from being a guy that didn't play much to a dude if you have the ability, right? What we're saying is the ability is there. Will it manifest itself into production? That's the question that we have. And that's why we talked about this position last, is because the concern that the guy is giving, I think, Ryan, is valid. He hasn't shown it yet. Deion hasn't shown it yet. Lorenzo has only shown it in a couple of games. What we're saying is, and this is why this was the final question, is right now, who steps up to be that guy? That was literally the question that we asked before the chat question was made, is the talent is there. What we said very clearly, I think, and we'll say it again just in case it wasn't missed, is, but will the talent turn into production? That's the question. And that's what's going to determine if this is a good offense or a great offense. Because I'm not worried about quarterback anymore. I'm not worried about the assistant coaching anymore. It's an elite running back room. It's a very good tight end room. It's an elite offensive line room. I have faith that the offensive coordinator is going to take a good step forward this year. Does the skill players on the perimeter step up and become just some semblance of what their potential is? That's the difference. And right now, we don't know if they will. They need to prove it. And that's the point.
Brian, I would say that literally people, I think, can make an argument that maybe like 4 different guys could be the leading receiver for Notre Dame next year. And it would all be value. It would be valued opinion, right? Because you can make an argument right now to me that Tobias Merriweather is the dude next year. I think I can make a valued argument to you that it's Jaden Thomas. I think that you could also rebuttal and say, nope, actually, I think it's Deion Colzie, right?
Nope,
like
Lorenzo Styles is going to get back on
Lorenzo
track.
Styles gets his head back on
track. Who do we think was going to be the dude coming into 2022? right?
And that's not even counting the 4-man freshman class that's going to come in that I think has a couple guys that could compete early on for some reps,
And Notre
right?
Dame has
So
an all-conference receiver on their roster.
that's funny because the I guess technically the leading returning receiver last year in college football back on the roster is going to be Caleb Smith, the transfer from Virginia Tech, right? Because he had over 600 yards last year. So it's just like, I mean,
On
there's
like
a lot
30
of
some
options, man.
catches.
Yeah, I mean, he
Averaged
averaged like
over
19
18
yards
yards
a
a catch
pop, right? Yeah,
with a
yeah.
very bad quarterback play.
Yeah, it was
It
not
was
great.
brutal
It
last
was
year.
not great this year, man.
Really bad.
Everything was a 50-50 ball this
That's
year
why
for
some of
Caleb
these
Smith.
kids at smaller schools need to be very careful. I loved Grant Wells at Marshall. And I think at that level, he'd have been a really good college football player. But some kids just think, oh, I'm going to go prove it over here. No, just be happy where you are.
Yes.
Enjoy where you are. So, Ryan, that's going to wrap up this portion of the show. We have a mailbag coming up. But before we get to the mailbag, we're going to have Sean Davis jump in because Sean went and saw Justin Scott last night and had a chance to sit down with Justin and his head football coach afterwards to have a little bit of a one-on-one. So we're going to have Sean talk about that. But before we get to that, folks, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit the notification bell, share this podcast, give us a 5-star review. We'd greatly appreciate that if you're listening via a podcast app. And sign up for the message boards at boards.irishbreakdown.com. Make sure you sign up for our newsletter. We are now sending that out on a daily basis again, where you can get all of our top written content every morning into your inbox. And Ryan, of course, we would love it if people would always check out irishbreakdown.com and our front page stories on that as well. And sign up for CFB Nation. We are only about 500 watch hours away from being able to monetize that channel. So we would love your help there. If you can kind of go watch the content there, watch it all the way through. Going to put a new show out here later today. I know John Garcia is going to have a recruiting show later in the week. So definitely would love your help there. So, but of course, it's always about the Irish Breakdown podcast. Let's bring in Sean Davis, my guy, Sean Davis, with us here today. So Sean, you had a chance to go see a 2024 star yesterday, Justin Scott, who is also a pretty darn good basketball player at the high school level in Chicago, which is no small thing. But Sean, you had a chance to sit down with Justin for quite a while after the game yesterday, and you had a chance to sit down with his head football coach as well yesterday. And I just want to give the people, I want you to just kind of give the people a little bit of an update on the latest with Justin Scott and where things stand.
Yeah, I had an opportunity. He was very gracious with his time after the game. Talked to him about 15 minutes. Had an opportunity in passing to talk to head coach Matt Miller at halftime. And my question to Matt Miller, the head coach of St. Ignatius College Prep, was, how do you feel like the recruitment with Notre Dame is going, and how would you characterize it? And he pretty much summed it up as saying they could be stronger.
Yeah.
He was like, they're doing a good job, but they could be stronger. And, just to give you a background, St. Ignatius Prep, I forgot I hadn't been there since I was like 8th grade, a freshman. I forgot how immaculate of a school it is. And so walking in the building, I was like, yo, there's so much money here. And I see why a lot of the kids that go here are from well endowed, families in the Chicago community. And there's a large backing of Chicago alums and Notre Dame alums connected to the school. So he and Justin Scott is surrounded by Notre Dame in a sense in that school. And there are a lot of people that are alums and connected to the school that definitely are pushing Notre Dame along with his relationship with 24 commit Cam Williams. The first thing, you know me, I'm pretty direct, right? So I'm pretty direct. So, walk up, I congratulate him on the game. He had a double-double. We laughed about him missing some bunnies. He should have had 20 points. I think he ended up with like 13 and 16 rebounds. Dominated down low against Montini Catholic. And my first question was like, yo, what? That was random on a Sunday night in January. Like, what made you drop the top 8 then? It was like, it was just time. And you could see that he was getting tired of the process. Like, I don't want to drag this out anymore. Like, these are the 8 teams that, realistically have a shot. And, I like something about all of them. and I was ready to shut it down and just move on. And right after that, I said, okay, here I go. So how do you feel about teams that come directly at you with NIL talk? And he was like, I mean, that's part of the conversation. So yeah, it's going to be part of the recruitment. But he was like, my family, my mom especially, is pushing education first. And he was like, for me, it's going to be about coaching staff, culture, and fit. Like,
Sean, I want to just so set the stage for people who maybe aren't following this recruitment. The big thing here is because the excuse that a lot of people are making as to why Notre Dame isn't in better position is because, well, he's a 5-star and all this other D lineman, so of course he's going to be looking for the bag.
Yeah.
That's why this question was important. So I want to just set that stage for people when Sean continues to kind of get into what his response was and what the response is from people around him about how important NIL is going to be to this decision.
Yeah. And, what he began to say about NIL echoed kind of the same response I got from Matt Miller. It's like, he's a 5-star. Of course, programs are going to talk to him about NIL. And programs know that they have to put that to the forefront in comparison to what Notre Dame has as far as education and the other things. Like, let's be real. So, of course, they're going to attack and come with NIL and probably big time figures. But for the family and for Justin Scott, that's not what's at the forefront for them. And I remember the last article I wrote after his visit, I was very clear about that. Their family is very much about education and has always been. And I think I said it back then and I stand on it right now. It's going to be very hard to get him out of the Midwest, in my opinion. He's just that type of kid, right? Wisconsin would have been in his top 8 if the coaching staff hadn't been stripped down and the firings and the switch and losing Jim Leonard. Wisconsin would still be in the top 8. I truly believe that. So with all of that being said, his NIL conversation was very realistic, very honest. Like, yeah, we're going to talk about it. And, we're going to see what schools are talking about, but that's down the list for him. Now, what he really personally talked about.
Let me just interrupt real quick, Sean, because the reason this is important before we move on to the next thing, which is very important, is the reason this matters because Notre Dame can compete with anybody when it comes to kids who care about their name, image, and likeness. The problem that Notre Dame has is they can't compete with kids who are looking for an immediate upfront payday guarantee. That's the difference. So if he cares about NIL from the standpoint of it's a part of it, Notre Dame will have a pitch for that.
Yeah.
Look what Michael Mayer just did. Look what Kyle Hamilton did. Look what Isaiah Foskey did. Look what Kyron Williams did. Look what the Adamiola twins did.
Yep.
2 of our receivers who have never had, who barely have much production at all, were part of a Dick's Sporting Goods ad campaign. Okay.
You don't think Sam Hartman's going to make some money when he's here? Like,
so that's the key. The challenge is that people assume that every kid that cares about NIL is like Jaden Rashada, who's looking for, what are you offering me right now to come? That's why that matters, because the impression that Sean got from our conversation is NIL is going to matter, but it's more of the long-term version of NIL, not what are you going to pay me to come to your school? And that's what matters. And I think the Midwest comment matters too, Sean, because Ohio State and Michigan are not buying players. Common misconception about Ohio State is that they're handing out the bag. They have a lot. They're a lot like Notre Dame. They're handing out a lot of, if you come here, you can get this opportunity. My guy at quarterback had like a Lamborghini deal. Okay.
There's a lot, and I could say this, there's a lot of Ohio State fans, just to kind of make Notre Dame fans feel better, that are also frustrated about the NIL thing. So to your point, Brian, yes.
Right. Yep. And so those are the schools that ultimately I think it matters, because if he's looking for the handout, then he's leaving the Midwest. Guaranteed he's leaving the Midwest, because he's not getting a handout in the Midwest.
No.
Buckeyes aren't giving it to him. Notre Dame's not giving it to him. Michigan's not giving it to him.
Yep.
And that's why that matters to say that, Sean, is NIL matters to me. I want to know, I want to be presented what's your plan for me over the next 4 years. Notre Dame will do that. Ohio State will do that. And that's why it matters, because it's not a deciding factor, Sean. And the next part is what his coach and his family emphasize. And the difference between like him and Peyton Bowen is the parents wanted something that the kid did not. According to Sean, which he's about to explain, that's not the case with Justin Scott.
No. He is right there with his mom. I mean, I stopped short because I was really looking forward to spending more time with him as the basketball season progresses. But this is a kid that's played soccer, hockey, which I was shocked to hear him say that last night. Like, dude, you played hockey? Like, lacrosse. He just loves sports, man. This dude just wants to play. And he's out there 6'5", 315 last night, guarding threes and twos on the perimeter. So there's no doubt that he's a 5-star. There's no doubt that the full court rush should be on for any program chasing after this young man and wanting them to come to his institution. But no, NIL will not be at the forefront. It will be part of his recruiting. He's a 5-star.
Mm-hmm.
Don't get it twisted. Like, he knows his value. They know his worth, but that's not something they're coming to the table saying, so what do you have for NIL?
Right.
No,
he's more Jeremiah Love, Jaden Greathouse, Braylon James than he is some other guys that we don't need to go into.
They need to go into. Yeah.
That's the difference.
Yeah. Now, I will say this. He did point out that the big thing for him was culture. Culture, coaching staff, and fit. That's going to be huge for him. And I don't know if it's unfortunate because I think it's a great thing to get out there. He pointed out that one of the things that stood out as far as culture for him was something that he saw at Michigan. This is a 5-star, possibly number 1 player in the 2024 class when the rankings come out. Sitting here telling me that the thing that stood out to him is the fact that the University of Michigan had a plus-minus system for their athletes. And he said, that's what I need. He said, I need a coaching staff that's going to hold the players accountable. He said, that's what I need. I need to be held. That's a great
Sean,
player.
what was the example that he used? It wasn't for missing the tackle, missing the sack.
No.
Tell him the example that he used.
He said they have a plus-minus system for missed classes, late classes, late assignments, anything connected to the education and the academic and athletic part of why you're there and you not living up to that expectation. It's a plus-minus system.
Right.
He said they hold you accountable. And he said, I want that and I need that.
Notre Dame has that as well. Michigan's selling it better. That's the frustrating thing.
Mm-hmm.
When people say, what is culture? Somebody asked about that. Culture is basically about it's everything. It's who are you? What are you as a program? What do you prioritize? What do you emphasize? Is this about relationships? Is it about accountability? Is it about being a meritocracy, not a seniority thing? Mm-hmm. Are you really trying to do what you need to do to be a champion in every aspect of your life?
Yeah.
That's what the culture is about. Is this a true team? Am I going to go there? Is it going to be like Tennessee, where before a big game against South Carolina, they're fighting in the locker room because one guy doesn't like how another guy's getting the NIL deals and all this other kind of stuff? Or they say, I don't care about that noise. Right? Like, you don't think Georgia kids care about NIL? Of course they do. But you know what? It wasn't priority number 1. Mm-hmm. Priority number 1 was winning the championship. Bama had too many kids who cared about NIL priority number 1.
Yeah.
And that's why they didn't win a championship.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And so that's culture.
Yeah.
Right, Sean? That's culture.
Yeah.
And when you got a 5-star kid saying, I love how they do this, and you get docked for missing class, and that's who Notre Dame is. But why is Michigan selling that better? And that leads to the last thing, Sean. I'm going to set you up for this one. You asked him, how often do you talk to the position coach in Notre Dame, which is out of Washington?
I actually, the actual question
5-star
was,
from Chicago, which is less than 2 freaking hours away from Notre Dame. How often do you talk to your position coach, Mr. 5-star, top 15 national player in the country? Go ahead, Sean.
The full question was, how often do you talk to Notre Dame and Al Washington, and what's the relationship like? And he said, man, the relationship with Al Washington is good. And he said, I probably talk to him like maybe twice every other week. And I was like, I'm expecting at least once a week.
Sure.
Like,
you were going to get pissed about once a week.
Yeah, probably.
It needs to be once every 2 days at worst, in my
a
opinion.
day. Somebody different needs to be talking to that kid every freaking day.
And I'm like, but he's telling me at the same time he's saying this, he's telling me like, man, I like the way the relationship is going. I like the way it's being built. Yeah, man, a good relationship with Coach Washington. And I'm sitting here like, every other week. And I'm like, yo, and I'm questioning myself, like, man, does Cam Williams talk to you more? And I'll say this: him and Cam Williams have a genuine friendship that goes back beyond Cam even committing to Notre Dame.
Yeah.
So like Cam's not just talking to him because he wants him to be at Notre Dame. Like literally, that's their relationship. They've been close forever, going back to like Pee Wee football and all of that. So it was disappointing. I think that was the most disappointing part of the conversation. I can deal with the Michigan stuff. I mean, things stand out. Heck, he talked to me about how beautiful USC's campus is. And I can collaborate. Man, I can agree with that. I'm like, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Right. For people that don't know, you have a daughter that goes to USC.
Absolutely. So it's like,
and Sean's a better man than me because he still allows her to come home. He still calls her his part of his family.
Well, I heard she's transferring to Michigan next. So,
that's a step too far, right?
Yeah, you're going.
Here's the Ryan just kind of pole vaulted that.
Double R. You're going a little bit too far, but no, you don't mind when you have a relationship in Double R. Hearing good things about other schools doesn't. That's the way it should be.
Right. Other
schools should be able to sell their points and good points about their program and make you think, right? Charles Jagasaw spoke glowingly about Michigan and its recruitment, but it was Harry Easton that made the difference.
Right.
How he taught, not only the starters, but how he taught the backups, the culture surrounding the room, how they move together, the fit. That's what big time players look at. Every big time player is not about NIL. And for this young man,
don't tell people that, Sean. They won't believe you.
Look, everything about this young man, I've been saying it. Brian can attest to it. I've been saying it. Like, dude, he's not going out. He's not leaving the Midwest. And if he does, I would be shocked. And it would definitely be a departure from what everyone has been hearing from this young man. Everyone. We've been talking to him before he even got his offer from Notre Dame. I started talking to him in like February. His offer didn't come until what, Brian, May from Notre Dame, if I'm not mistaken. And that was like a month.
Another issue.
That was a month after Cam Williams got his offer from Notre Dame, which in my opinion should have been sooner.
Mm-hmm.
But this young man, look, I have even more respect for what he is as a person. After me having 15 minutes with him last night, we exchanged information because most of our contact was via social media the entire time. And he's like, yeah, here, like anytime. And I told him, like, I'm going to be at your games.
And he doesn't seem like a social media guy, right, Sean? Like, he doesn't really seem like that kind
No.
of kid.
No. The only reason he was on social media last night is because he left talking with me, went home, and he had to do the Rivals interview.
Right.
That ended up getting posted last night, which, if you listen to his answer to the Notre Dame part, listen to what the question or the person interviewing him said. For the longest time, it has been pretty much viewed as you were a Notre Dame lean. Have we not been saying this for a long time? So I'm glad somebody else pretty much said what was out there. We talked to him in February. He was basically waiting on the Notre Dame offer. Waiting. And I had to assure him, like, oh, it's coming. Don't worry about it. It's coming. March 17th passed. Doesn't come. And I'm like, man, what's going on? Blue and gold game comes. And we're still conversing. And he's like, yeah,
I remember when we talked about it at the Blue and Gold game, Sean. I remember we had a conversation about it. Yeah.
And it's like, I don't, at this point, another opportunity to lock in on a local kid that has a desire to come to Notre Dame, and everybody else is hearing it and recruiting. He's a heavy Notre Dame lean. He's a heavy Notre Dame lean. And now you've allowed other programs to get into it.
And who are all those programs bad-mouthing? Who do they know they need to tear down? Not bad-mouthing, but who do they know is the target that they got to out-recruit?
Notre Dame.
Right.
So that within itself, I asked him about, I said, man, what made, the coaching staff, move you to the outside and play end, the second half of the season? He said, man, they just wanted to use my versatility. He said the sophomore year that I was pretty much a 0 or a 1. That's all I did. That's all they wanted me to do. And they just wanted to be able to put me in space and use my ability to really rush the passer and use my speed. And he was like, I'm trying to get faster. And I'm like, dude, you're already a dancing bear. Like, what else do you want to do? And look, he's driven. He's a very driven individual. He's very hard on himself and his performance. I'm like, man, good game. Like, nah, man, I missed way too many bunnies tonight. Hey, dude, you had a double-double and dominated the game. You won by 16. Like, that's the type of kid he is. Like, and I see why the type of kid he is, I see why he's thirsty and hungry for accountability and that type of coaching staff and culture. You can, just listening to him talk. It's like, okay, I see why you want that type of culture. You want that type of accountability because you want to get better. You have better expectations for yourself than anyone else can put on you. And when you have someone else that sets their own expectations higher than what other people do, you end up probably getting a first round pick at that position if he stays healthy. That's what you end up getting. And then I joked with him. I was like, the Chicago trio, needs to be in South Bend. And he knew exactly who I was talking about. Cam Williams, Marquise Lightfoot, Justin Scott. Like, he's very aware of what's going on, and he knows the love that's coming from the Notre Dame fan base. He understands that a lot of people around him, want him to go to Notre Dame. But in my opinion, just the way things were slow walked, now you've given him the opportunity to fall in love with different aspects of other programs and other schools.
And now it's a battle.
Like, I asked him, I said, man, how was your trip when you went and watched Notre Dame play USC? It's like, man, it's beautiful out there. Like, man, it's so nice. Campus is beautiful. And I'm like, yeah, you're right.
Sean, you've told me in the past, and we'll wrap this up here. You've told me, because I do want to get to the mailbag. You've told me in the past that when we were talking before the season, that if Notre Dame would have made him more of a focal point of recruiting early, he's probably committed in September. I mean, that's what you and I talked about. Like, he was going to visit in September and with the thought of committing, but they just never made that push.
Yeah.
And look, people can say Al Gold needs to be more involved. He does. Marcus Freeman needs to take this recruitment over. Flat out does. Because you and I believe that if Marcus and Chad just take this one over and just say, this is our number one recruit left on the board, I still think Notre Dame could end up getting him in the end of the day. Right.
Yeah.
But you're going to have a hard time getting a kid if his position coach isn't selling it. Right. And that's the thing is that's where it's got to come from. Your position coach has got to get you down the road, and then Chad and then Marcus and then Al Golden finish it. But right now they've got to kind of make up for that lost ground. And that's really where we are right now.
And by no means, I want to make sure I give clarity. By no means did anyone give me the indication that Notre Dame is not doing a good job recruiting him.
They can't just do a good job.
That was never said. Everything told to me is like, yeah, Notre Dame's doing a good man. They're doing a good job.
Yeah, but
recruiting.
you also said
But
that they need to come stronger is a
that
comment that was made to you.
yeah, that was
That
like,
should
yo,
not be there.
no,
That's the problem,
no.
right?
In
And for
other
people to say,
words,
"Where's Chad Bowden?" What do you expect Chad Bowden to do when he's recruiting 2 entire classes? Sit in Al Washington's office and make him call the
no.
guy every day? You set the directive, and it's up to the other grown-ups to do their job,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So that's just kind of the reality of where they need to be.
And I hope they're not, well, maybe the new hire, the new point person on NIL would make the conversation about that easier for the staff because now they can direct those conversations to that person and now recruit and focus on the recruit and communicating with them and pushing the points. He basically gave the bullet points for what it's going to take. He gave the bullet points, right? So now, this was another thing. I fully believe that he had interest in coming to junior day, but his basketball schedule would not allow him to.
Right.
Because when asked, he said, "Yeah, I just can't because of my basketball schedule." He didn't say no. I'm not going. When I asked, like, man, you thinking about going to junior day? He was like, man, I just
Right.
can't. So there
He
was interest there.
he clearly likes Notre Dame.
Oh, absolutely.
I just think he's just like, well, that just must be how Notre Dame does things, right? And that's what's got to get corrected. So there's still plenty of time, but he has also said that he was probably going to make a decision over the next 5-6 months.
But
So there's
he's
plenty
speeding
of
everything up.
time, but you've
Yeah.
got to get going now.
Yeah.
The change has got to happen now. And I'll say this, they're lucky that he's playing basketball right now because otherwise he'd be at Michigan one weekend,
Mm-hmm.
Ohio State another weekend, USC another weekend. Like you're the closest team to him right now
Mm-hmm.
that is in this ball game, right?
Yeah.
So you're actually kind of forced. He's a basketball guy. Like as I'll be honest with you, every home game he plays, if you don't have a Notre Dame coach there, when it's legal to have Notre Dame coaches there, you're not doing this right. Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
You're just not doing this right.
Absolutely.
Sean, could you for the people just tuning in, could you recap real quick where Justin Scott's from and what type of school he goes to in this area?
Yeah, he's from Chicago, Illinois, St. Ignatius College Prep. It is literally South Loop, outside on the fringes of downtown Chicago on Roosevelt Avenue. It is one of the most prestigious Catholic schools in the city. A lot of people with big time money send their kids to this school.
Did you say that he goes to a Catholic school an hour and a half away? About?
Yes, I did say that.
No, Ryan. He did not say that. He said he goes to a prestigious Catholic school.
Yes,
an hour and a half away.
Yes,
wild.
I did say that. I did say that. So when you walk in and you see all of the crazy things, like the athletic building is just the atrium to get to the athletic building. Look, man, you're just walking into money. And like I said, I had forgotten because I hadn't been there since I was in high school, like what it looked like, and they've added on to it. And it was immaculate back then. So to walk in and see that and like knowing what I've been reporting, since over the summer. Like, the kid was a heavy Notre Dame lean. He was waiting for the offer. If he had gotten the offer, he had a chance of committing just like Cam Williams did. Yeah, because they both were waiting for the Notre Dame offer. They both were saying that. His comes later. All of a sudden, he goes from just being a quiet 5-star to now everybody knows about him. And here comes Alabama. And here comes Georgia. Here comes Ohio State. And, it was always, at that point in time, I told you, Brian, at that time, I said it's going to be Michigan, Notre Dame, and Wisconsin. I said, that's it. Michigan, Notre Dame, Wisconsin. And the fact that in my opinion, the fact that Wisconsin was in it at that point in time shows you how important culture, coaching, and fit means to him. And it also shows that he really wants to stay close to his family and be in the Midwest so his family can come and see him play. Does that mean that ultimately he might choose to go somewhere else? Well, fine. That's possible, but I would bet against it. I would definitely bet against it. So, and I don't. This is not doom or gloom. This was really something that, as a staff, we wanted to go get clarity, and I'm just blessed to be 30 minutes away from the young man's high school. That's and we have the opportunity to go get clarity and say, "Yo, what is going on?" Because everything has been really quiet in terms of your recruitment, and Notre Dame. That's why you dropping your top 8 was shocking because it was like I didn't know you were this far along, and he's ready. Like he's ready. He's ready to drop the top 8. He's ready to go through the spring, get his visits over, get to the top 4. Notre Dame will be in the top 4. Look, you can book it. You save receipts. You can book it. Notre Dame will be in his top 4 or his cut down list. If he cuts it down to 3, 4, 5, Notre Dame's going to be in the top. What happens from there? We'll have to wait and see.
That's right.
But based upon him like being ready to kind of like get things over with, he wants to have a decision before he goes into his senior season. And I would fully expect early summer. Early summer, we will have a decision.
Well, Sean, thank you so much for joining us and letting us know, giving us that little
man.
411 on the latest with him. We're going to jump into a mailbag here. You're, of course, more than welcome to hang around if you'd like to, but we're going to work through some of these mailbag questions
Sure.
as quickly as we possibly can. So let's get up here real quick. So Leighton Burkholder, I think this is pretty relevant. What are some of the uncommitted 2024 recruits to keep an eye on? So Leighton, we're not going to dive into that too much right now, but we're going to have an article coming out here, a couple articles. Ryan's going to do some. I'm going to do some here coming up here real soon, or we'll focus more on that. That's just a long list to get into, but I'll just say this, that obviously defensively, Justin Scott's a major priority. The staff, Darius Scott is a guy visiting this weekend. It's a major priority. Offensively, like Ryan Wingo, Jeremiah McClellan, guys to keep an eye on, of course. And then offensive line-wise, keep an eye on Gearby Lambert and what's a kid from Caleb Brewer? It's a kid from
Caleb
Pennsylvania.
Brewer.
Some names that I would keep an eye on early. So we'll continue to put that together. Rob Osgood asks, who helps the run game more, Tyler Buckner or Sam Houston? Tyler Buckner with his legs, or Sam Houston and him throwing downfield when teams stack the box, forcing teams to play honest? Honestly, guys, I think this is both. It's just different. If they're playing their game, they both help. I would argue that if Tyler Buckner is on top of his game, he does, because he can still do the RPOs and throwing the ball down the field and hurt you with his legs. It's just whether or not Tyler will be that guy in 2023, or does he not become that guy till 2024? That's the question. But in theory, it's Tyler Buckner, but they both do, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, because off the RPO game, you have so much action where if you have that, that extra defender out of the if you crash him into the box, then Hartman's got an easy throw out there, whether it's a slant or if it's an out or a now screen, whatever it is, you can take advantage of that space. But I would also say I agree 100% that it is Tyler Buckner if he's operating at a high level, because not only does he have the ability to work that RPO game, he also has the ability to keep it as a quarterback, right? To keep it as a runner and do all those types of things. So I think both do, but ultimately, if it is at the peak of how good they can be, I think it's Tyler Buckner.
I agree. Here's a question. Levi Perez says, what is your projected RB depth chart for next season? I'll start. I'm going, it's 1A, 1B with Logan Diggs and Aldrich Estime. You'll have, hopefully, Chris Tyree as your little do-it-all guy. Jadarian Price, Jeremiah Love, and Jabron Payne would be my order of that. Anyone have anything different that they would
nope. I would say mine would be the same. Yeah.
Okay. We have a super chat here from Alejandro Cornell, who's also a member of our message board. Thank you, Alejandro. And he says, Brian and Ryan, I know you've made your stances known, but to hear that Justin Scott hears from the position coach every few weeks at Notre Dame is very concerning. A freaking 5-star. Thoughts, by the way, IB is GOAT level. So obviously this was put up earlier before Sean came on. This was put up during the first hour of the show. So we've obviously been able to address that. But he said a couple times every other week is what he said, not every few weeks. So I just want to make sure that we're very clear. When we are going to criticize a coach, we always want to be very precise with our criticism. because hyperbole when criticizing a coach can create a very bad toxic situation. If people are going to be upset with the coach, we want to make sure that the people are upset with the coach for the right reasons. And that is, make sure that we're very clear on that. But regardless, even the fact of a couple times every other week is just not enough. They need to be reaching out to this kid on almost a daily basis. Now, sometimes some kids don't like that. So you've got to also read the kid a little bit. You know, some kids don't want to be contacted every single day. Some kids want to look, just let's, like, there's some offensive linemen that, like, if you're calling that kid every day, like, hey man, you need to chill out, leave me alone. I'm trying to.
I think Charles Jagasaw would be one of those guys.
Yeah,
like let me live a little bit.
They were blowing his phone up every day. Sean, you'd be able to speak to that because you knew Charles very well. But you know, that's one of those things. Is not every kid wants to be. So you got to know the kid to a degree. But I promise you that every other week is not what's getting it done with Justin Scott.
And when you have an editor that wants the story, and you have to tell him, like, yo, he's not that type of dude. Like, let me talk to his coach, or let me reach out to his mom. I mean, it's one of those things that, you know, you have to know the balance. And for me, Ryan, I think with Justin Scott, you said you reached out and you were like, man, I didn't get anything. And I was like, yo, and sometimes you think like, yo, did I say something? Did I do something? Like, and it's like, no, the kid just went cold silent. He went from literally being very, very approachable to just locking it down, focusing on the playoffs, taking his last visits. And then, you know, like I said, just being in Chicago and having the opportunity to go talk to him face to face. That's what I did. And he was just as open as he had been, you know, via our conversations, via texting and messaging. He was just as open in person. So sometimes it's just the ebb and flows.
So, some guys just aren't social media guys either, right? Like they don't check their Twitter all the time. Like I've ran into several recruits that just like don't check Twitter. Like they just don't do it much, right? And then there's other guys, to your point, Sean, where it's like, I remember Devin Houston, after he committed, I mean, right before he committed, he went radio silent for like a week and a half because he was just in decision-making mode. Like he didn't care about anything else at that point, you know? So, you know, kids react differently, which is, you know, that's what we're at.
You got to know that, right?
Yes. That's and you won't know that unless you talk to them, right? You won't know them. You won't know that. Right. Yeah. We talked about like how to understand how a player ticks and to kind of get the information out of them and understand how to help them. How would you know that Justin Scott's that guy that needs you to kind of take a step back if you don't talk to him, right? Like that's where we're at with that.
Yeah. And then you try to, I mean, for me, I was like asking Cam, like, yo, like, have you been talking to Justin? And he's like, yeah, we talk every day. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah. It's just you, Sean. It's just you. Sorry, I had to lighten the mood a little bit.
But I think the fact that, which for us just happened to come out of a really, it was just myself and Brian on the phone, just discussing something. And I just happened to say, you know what? Let me look at his schedule. And I'm like, oh, I'm going to his game tomorrow. He plays at home tomorrow. And it was just as simple as that. Not even knowing that he had an interview scheduled with another platform on the same day. Right. So I think he got to the point where he had gotten through the process and he kind of locked down to get to that point to release his top 8. And then once he released his top 8, he was open again to like talking about things. And so that's, like you said, Ryan, you just have to see where these kids are and how they're feeling. And sometimes it hurts a little bit because I'm like, man, I thought we were cool. Like, what did I do? What did I say? But yeah, it's tough. And that, you know, that wasn't a dig. I was actually just joking with my with Boss Man up there when I said editor. He knows what I'm talking about.
On a different note, Alejandro, can I correct one thing you said here, though? It's not just a freaking 5-star. It's a freaking 5-star from a Catholic school an hour and a half away.
Ryan.
Prestigious.
Right.
prestigious Catholic school an hour and a half away. Sorry.
Precision, folks. 2023, we're going to be more precise. Get it right.
Wow, Ryan, that's really sticking with you, huh?
Yeah, man. It's wild, man. I mean, when I heard that he wanted to come to Notre Dame, Sean, before he even got offered, I'm like, he's from where? He goes to what type of school? I'm just like, that's easy, man. It's easy, buddy. Should have been an easy recruitment
And
at the end of
look,
the day.
and I will say this. There's another kid that goes to my alma mater that loves Notre Dame. I'm not sure. Look, he's been in Notre Dame. His name is Javon Clark. He's a 4-star, two-way athlete, linebacker. Man, one of the top 10, 24 recruits in Illinois, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not here to say he's like a superstar or anything like that. He's going to be a really good college football player. But the Chicago kids are taking notice. Like, they love what Marcus Freeman is doing. And it's Notre Dame. The brand is the brand. It's the biggest brand here in Chicago. And the kids, they know that. They feel that. So, you have the pick of the litter, is what I'm saying. We talked about it yesterday, right? I understand when you have Carter Nelson. I understand why you take a pass on Christian Bentanker. But Christian Bentanker was a kid. If you had offered him,
he's coming. Which is why he never got an offer, Sean. That's why he never got an offer. He said, why didn't they offer him? Just because he would have committed.
That's like Ian Moore, the kid that's going to Ohio State too. Like, it was the same thing, right?
If
he
he
would
would
have offered him,
he would have picked Notre Dame, and they didn't want him yet at that point in time.
So they're doing a great job of creating buzz. The buzz is at an all-time high.
But you got to do that. Right? When you do that, Sean, you've got to take advantage with the best of the best.
Absolutely.
And that's what they got to do. So.
Absolutely.
Let's get to the next question here from Jimmy McGill. Brian and Ryan, in what ways does Sam Hartman open up the offense that wasn't possible in 2022 with Pine and limited amount of Buckner? Well, number one, he can get the ball where it needs to go accurately and consistently. He's not a precision quarterback. At least he hasn't been at Wake Forest, but he's a much better decision maker, an accurate player. He can get the ball down the field. No quarterback in college football the last 2 years combined has thrown more deep balls than Sam Hartman. And he does it effectively. He's thrown 30 touchdown passes the last 2 years on deep balls, just deep balls. And so, he's very good at that. That's a big part of it. And I think that's something this offense especially needs is, it's accurate and get the ball out. But the one thing that limited Jack Cohn a bit during his time at Notre Dame was he was not the deep ball was just not a part of the game. Sam will be much more of a deep ball guy, in my opinion.
Well, and the word that always comes to me when I think about Sam Hartman, Brian, is conviction, right? Like, he throws everything with conviction, whether it is the right decision or the wrong decision. He is going to throw that football and he is going to be convicted about it afterwards. And I think that that's one of the biggest things to open it up is, there's a misconception with the Notre Dame wide receiver room that we've talked about a ton. There's not talent at wide receiver at Notre Dame. Why do people think that? Because there's not always enough opportunities to showcase that talent. Right. And I think that Sam Hartman is going to let it rip, man. And it's going to cost him sometimes, but it's going to help you a lot. It is. Yeah. Throwing up to guys like Deion Colsey, Tobias Merriweather, hopefully Lorenzo Styles takes his step back from a confidence level. You're going to have talent to be able to win some of those 50-50 ball situations, to be able to win some downfield throws. And I think that Sam Hartman is just he's going to take chances, which is the biggest thing for me.
Right. And sometimes it's going to result in a pick.
Yes.
Sometimes it's not. I think you can up your RPO game with Sam Hartman. I think that's a big part of it too. You can feel more confident throwing some routes that maybe you didn't feel confident throwing with Drew Pine. They never attacked outside the numbers. Hardly. I pointed this stat out. Like, Jack Cohn, I'm trying to remember what exactly. It was something crazy. Like, Jack Cohn threw more deep balls to the outside or something like that than the entire quarterback rotation this year threw, period, at any level. It was something absurd like that. But it was it's not because Tom Reese didn't want to, because he threw the ball outside the numbers a ton in 2020, 2021. It was, they didn't have confidence quarterbacks could get that done. So teams could condense. This is what it boils down to for me, guys, is teams could condense the field. And one of the things that really killed South Carolina, which is why Notre Dame scored 45 points and had 558 yards despite 3 turnovers, is that was the first time really all year that a team, second time all year that a team had to defend Notre Dame width and length of the field. The only other time was North Carolina. And Notre Dame was Audric Estime fumbling the ball into the end zone away from scoring 50 in that game against a Power 5 team. They were Tyler Buckner throwing a pick in the end, near the end zone against South Carolina away from scoring 50 in a bowl game against an SEC team. So the two games we saw Notre Dame force teams to defend the perimeter and vertically, they ripped those teams up. Now you've got a guy that's already thrown for almost 13,000 career yards and is the most prolific deep ball passer in the country the last 2 years. It's going to take a lot of burden off. Now it's like, how do you defend this team? If they're designed well and executing, how do you defend this team? Your hope now is he's got to pressure the quarterback. So we're going to heat him up. We're going to blitz him. This is another reason why the receiver position is so important. Is if they're not hurting teams that want to bring pressures and overlist, so we can't just sit back and let these guys come at us because they're killing us. So we got to try to force mistakes. And if your receivers aren't able to go make plays in some of those one-on-ones, get open on quick slants, get off the line of scrimmage against press, cover one, cover zero, blitz pressure, then you're going to get hurt in some of those bigger games. Georgia will be good enough to beat you in that fashion, as we saw in 2017. They could rip up a lot of teams. They couldn't just run the ball over Georgia without being able to hit passes, right, the way they could to USC, right? So you're going to need to be able to win those plays. So that's why the pass game is so important. But you're more confident now that Hartman will be able to get the ball out there. I'm more confident that Tyler Buckner will be able to get the ball out there after we saw in the bowl game. But Hartman has such a longer track record of being able to do those things. And now he's going to play with a much better line, a much better running game. He's going to actually have tight ends to throw to. And he's going to have a receiving core that's not as prolific as the one he left behind, but has that physical ability that's similar, if not better than the one he left behind. Mr. Davis,
both of you guys.
You were called upon.
Both of you guys, specifically as a former wide receiver coach.
He was not. I was. Vince was.
No. I said both of you guys had playing.
Okay.
Specifically you as a former wide receiver coach. Is there an impact on effort in the wide receiver or mentality
100%.
when you know you don't have a guy? I'm not trying to make an excuse because you should play hard no matter what. But
right. Well, in Lorenzo's case, for example, he was dogging it on routes before this was even an issue, right? But for other guys, it's and I would even say the reverse is true, Sean, even more so than the negative is. When you know you have a quarterback that, dude, I got to run because I may not be the primary read, but if he sees something he likes, he's going to throw me the ball.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm covered, but I got to be ready. I got to make sure I lean into this guy like Deion Colsey had to play against South Carolina, right? Now, he'll learn from this. You get him in the film, you show him, you learn from it.
Yeah.
But they wanted to take the one-on-one shots, and we've been begging for. Well, Deion allowed himself to get ridden out to the sideline, and there was nowhere for him to go to catch the football. He didn't fight for the ball. Say, hey, man, I need you to lean back into this corner, man, because Sam's going to take this shot. And when you know your quarterback, like the receiver, like Michael Floyd and Golden Tate were this way. Like they always had to be ready for the ball. And because you never knew who Jimmy was going to throw it to. And I mean that as in a good way. And that's where you want to be. It's like that with Alabama. Like, hey, you better go run your route because you don't know. Bryce may go to read number 5 on this play.
Yeah.
Because he may see something pre-snap that like he just sees it and it clicks. Like, okay, I know this isn't the read, but this guy's going to be open. I'm going to go to it. Stetson Bennett was really good about that. When Stetson Bennett was on, he was really good about spreading the ball around. Right. And that's what we saw in the championship game. And Sam Hartman will be that way. Hey, you better go run your route because he's going to give you a chance. Don't think because you're not that you're covered that you're not going to get the ball. You need to keep competing. And that tends to bleed into them, Sean, into an effort standpoint of, hey, keep working because he's going to get you the ball. He's going to throw it low away if he has to, throw it high if he has to. You better keep working because he will get you the ball.
Yes, sir.
And when you know that, hey, okay, they're going press. Well, we know where the ball is going now. It's going to 87. So, okay, well, what do I need to worry about running my route for? Now, that's a bad attitude to have, but at some point in time, it gets in your head like, okay, 3rd and 5, I know who's getting the ball. It's going to 87. Whether he's the number 1 read or not, he's getting the ball.
Yeah, and then it goes to matter of fact, I'll text it to both of you guys. I was just really impressed. I was watching someone break down Georgia's simple stuff. They didn't do anything exotic. They didn't go to any crazy formations. But I was just watching everybody in the play. Even if they were a decoy, they did what they were supposed to do full speed.
Sean, you remember the play we broke down during the game?
Yeah.
The play where they had 21 personnel and they ran a jet motion with the one back, brought the other back like this, you had a go route, and then you had the follow, and then you had a cross or that, and like they're all running and like, I'm getting the ball here.
I'm getting the ball here. They
all came
like
off the line with a sense of that is one big thing that's been missing at Notre Dame at receiver for years.
Yeah.
Especially this year, is there was a lot of times there's no urgency when they came off the ball.
Yeah.
You need to get where you need to get, you're supposed to get to, because Sam will throw you that ball.
Yeah.
And who's the one receiver that did that? The two receivers that did that against against South Carolina, Jaden Thomas and Braden Lindsey did that all the time. And when the ball came, they were ready. And Dion and Tobias weren't always ready. Yeah. That's a youthful mistake. You gotta, that's a lesson learned. So when you have a quarterback because it's not just that he shows it to you in games, he'll show it to you in practice. And that one time you get embarrassed or get yelled at by your quarterback or yelled at by your OC or position coach because he threw you the ball and you were kind of half butting it down the field, not looking for the ball. And he's like, hey, I'm trying to get the ball. So if you don't want it, I'll go somewhere else.
Right.
That's a bad feeling because you're like way down there and you got like everybody's yelling at you as you're running back. Like, not gonna make that mistake next time because now I see the Sam may get me. I thought I was the third read. Yeah, you were the third read. The way to play is designed, but they did this, and so I'm coming to you. Or yeah, you were the third read, but that's a 5'10" corner and you're 6'5". I'm throwing you the ball.
Yeah.
That kind of thing is where you're going to really see that, because you'd see that. So, Ryan, you watched a lot of Sam Hartman's film, and I'm going to have a film breakdown of him soon. There's times where I know the guy he threw the ball was not his primary read, because you could just see the route combination develop. And when I say primary read, I mean when the coach calls the play, we're calling because we think it's going to go here.
Yeah.
But he sees something pre-snap. I was like, okay, I'm supposed to go to this snag concept over here, but their safety's cheating over to the other hash, and I got A.T. Perry in a one-on-one against a 5'10" cornerback. I'm going here.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And they haven't had a quarterback in a long, like Jack Cohn was really good, but Jack was going to be good within the framework of the offense. This is a kid that will kind of freelance a little bit. Like Ryan said, he'll take some risks.
Yeah.
And at times it's going to result in turnovers, but in a lot more times, if the receivers step up, it's going to result in big plays.
Big plays.
Right.
And that's what you get excited about.
Because he threw a few interceptions the past 2 years, but he's also threw 77 touchdowns, right? So that's where we are with that.
Right.
Yep.
Well, no, yeah, I'm going to have a breakdown too of his 26 picks the last 2 years, because as I've kind of gone through the film, you're like, okay, he got hit on that one. Receiver stopped his route on that one. Got tipped on that one because he was throwing it at 3 yards behind the center. Stuff like that. That's a product of the system that won't be the case there.
Yeah. Yep.
John A1 says, Matt Salerno had a great block in the Gator Bowl TD versus BC and a big grab versus Ohio State. He has ability, but it doesn't seem Chris Fink level. Has he earned trust due to being in the program longer? I think that's a big part of it. He's not as good as Chris Fink. Number one, no. Chris Fink had NFL ability. Not starter NFL, but Chris Fink spent several years on a practice squad in the NFL.
Yeah.
You got to be a pretty darn good football player to be on a practice squad in the National Football League. And he doesn't have that ability. But there's a level of trust there that he's going to go do his job. Right now, I think sometimes that can be overplayed. I can't earn your trust. And if you don't trust me to go make a play on Saturday, but you've never given me a chance to go make a play on Saturday, you're making it really hard for me to earn your trust.
Right.
And so there's a level of that to it. But I think it's kind of what you said, though, John. It's like that block. Nobody talks about that block, really.
It's a great block, man. I talked about it. It's a great block.
I'm talking like Twitterverse and things like, but because nothing Matt Salerno can do is going to be acceptable. He still sucks and shouldn't play. It's going to be the response, right? But hey, I don't know if the other outside dudes would have made the block the way that he did that. Ideally, you don't want him playing a ton. But if my other guys aren't putting in the work, and I know at least this kid's going to go down there and block his butt off and play hard, I'm going to play that guy.
Yeah.
Is the justification. And the other thing, too, is I think Matt Salerno is the kind of kid that loves this program to the degree that he will be a leader in that room, whether he plays 1 snap, 0 snaps, or 50 snaps. He's not going to change, in my opinion, from what I know of Matt Salerno. And there's incredible value to having a kid like that in your room, who's going to be just as happy saying, hey, look, Matt, we love you. You're a great kid, but this is your role. Dion had a great camp. Tobias had a great camp. Greathouse had a great camp. Lorenzo's back on track. Braylon James is a dude. Rico Flores is a route running phenom. Caleb Smith is that dude with the ball in his hands. You're just not going to have a role on the field. But here's what I need from you. I need you to be the captain in that room. I need you to be the guy that's seeing things. And if Matt Slaughter, who I think he is and who people have told me he is, he will embrace that just as much as if you told him he was going to play 40 snaps a game. Now, of course, he'd prefer to play 40 snaps a game. But that's why Matt Slaughter brings value. And if you need to call on him in the fourth quarter, and he hasn't played the whole game, hey, Matt, I need you on there, and I need you to block the corner, baby. I need you with everything you got. I need you to block the corner. I need you to get that safety blocked. You know what's going to happen? He's going to do it, right? Because he can do that. Now, it may not be, I need you to run this post corner route and burn Keely Ringo on this that's not happening, right? But I need you to block Keely Ringo on this play because we're coming right at you. I think he'll do it. And that's why a kid like him has value. Do you guys agree with that? Disagree with that? Thoughts on that, guys? Everybody on the same page? I love it. We're on the same page. John A1 also says, if Chris Tyree stays, is it possible Notre Dame uses the Ricky Water career track with Jeremiah Love, wide receivers as a freshman, then transition back to running back? It's possible, but I don't think the need is there.
I mean, not full time, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you can find a role for Jeremiah Love as a pass catcher, but you're not going to move him to wide receiver full time, right? Like, he's a running back, but he can do those things. John, to your question, like, he can catch an out screen. He can just run a screen in general, whether it's a tunnel screen, whether it's a traditional halfback screen. He can do all that stuff in space. I think he can run some wheels. He can do, angle routes. He can do all that type of stuff, man. So I think that there's a role that you can find in the passing game, but I don't think it's necessarily moving the receiver. He's still a running back. It's just for how deep the running back room is this year. Maybe he doesn't run the ball a ton in your offense, but he can be a pass game weapon for you in year one. I think that's what you're looking at potentially.
Yeah. You agree with that, Sean?
Look, I guess if you want to throw him a couple of plays as a receiver split out, fine. But Jeremiah Love is, I think as fans, we have to kind of catch ourselves because we're so excited to see like what's new being used.
Yep.
And
it's a new toy, Sean. The new toy is always the best toy, man.
And it's cool for Jeremiah Love to sit, learn, and wait. Like, he has some studs in front of him, some studs that more than likely will be taking their talents to the next level after their third season as a running back in Notre Dame, especially, with the trend of how running backs are going right now, 3 years and out. So his time is coming. He'll have an opportunity. He has Jadarian Price isn't exactly going to
right. Well, I'll say this too, Sean, is this question would be one that I'd be willing to engage in more if the need was greater there.
As far as receiver?
Yeah. Like, if Jeremiah Love was a freshman on this year's team, I think we'd be having a much different response to John's question. Do you guys agree with that? If he was a freshman on this year's team, next year's team, I just don't think the need is there as a receiver.
Yeah.
Now, put him in the slot, let him do some things. You got a 6'1" kid that can freaking fly and catch the football. Yeah, you find some kind of role if that gets him on the field.
But it's right?
Yeah, it's similar, like, to me, him and Chris Tyree are going to say that play the same position. If Chris Tyree gets hurt, everything we're using Chris Tyree to do, I'm keeping that in my offense. It's just now being done by Jeremiah Love.
Yep.
By a 6'1", 200-something pound guy, rather.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like CJ, and I'm not saying that the comp is CJ Pro-size.
Yeah.
He can play wide receiver, but you can bring him in the backfield, and he can give you 15 to 20 carries if you need.
Agree.
Here's the one from Adam Shipley. Who are you most excited to see play next year that we didn't really see this year? I'm excited to see Jadarian Price. I think he could be the best in the running back room. I would agree with this comment if he didn't have the Achilles injury. The Achilles injury is a big question mark for me. Yeah, it's like what the ACL was 20 years ago. You just don't know how a guy is going to come back athletically from that. So, Sean, I'll go with you. Who's the guy that we didn't see a whole lot of this year that you're most excited to see next year?
Man, I kind of told Ryan this yesterday. I'm excited to see the combo of the two big defensive tackles, man. I can't
talking about Rubio and Aiden?
I'm waiting.
Those young guys.
Tyson Ford and Anya.
Okay.
I'm ready to see him. Big bodies, athletic. They showed me something last year in spring practices, and they got a little seasoning this year. on the sideline, and it's time to let them go. Let them be the guys that they are. And
Yeah.
I think they're going to do that. Like we saw, I think I know you. What Aiden Gabira is another one probably.
I still think he might be a year away, just a physical development.
Okay.
Yeah, with Tyson, it's like, dude, you're big enough. Just play with the technique,
The
play with
force and
the
technique. Yeah.
right,
Yeah. Now
right.
go back to his recruitment, and this is why it benefits you to have great parents. Right? Go back to his recruitment when he was talking about, man, I could play early at Oklahoma. Right? And his mom was like, no,
Mm-hmm.
Notre Dame coach. You need to call him. Right? That's when you need to have people around you that know what's best for you, because it's not always about playing quick and getting on the fields. Like, you need to know what you're doing when you're out there. This is not high school football anymore.
Yep.
It's a step up.
Ryan, how about you?
Joshua Burnham is my guy, and he has been for a little bit. I was hoping, obviously, I know he got banged up at the end of the season, but I was hoping to see him in the bowl game. Unfortunately, was not able to participate, but he's a kid that I think, just seeing the maturation of his body during the course of the year a little bit, starting to put that weight on, man. I think he's going to be
too. He's grown about a half an inch to an inch since he's been in Notre Dame. I
so
saw a picture
legit.
of him standing next to Isaiah Foskey at the banquet, and they're the same height.
Yeah. So, he's legit like 6'4.5" right now. He's filling out his body. I wouldn't be surprised if he's 245, 250 before long. He's got length to him. He's explosive.
He's a freaky athlete, man.
Yeah. So,
seeing him that rushed for almost 2,000 yards as a quarterback in high school.
I know, man. His highlight tape was so much fun to watch. But he's a kid that I think next year, combining with Jordan Botelho, hopefully taking a step forward, Joshua Burnham, Aiden Gobira. Like, I'm excited to see what the Viper position looks like next year.
I'm going to say something crazy, and you guys can tell me if you disagree. That is allowed here. People don't think it is. It is allowed here. To me, Josh Burnham is every bit the explosive athlete that Prince Collie is.
Are you kidding me?
I'm just kidding. He's just 6'4". Okay, you can disagree, but put some little respect on that disagreement there, Ryan. But I knew that was coming, Sean. You knew it was coming. But he does it in a 6'4", 245-pound body at this point in time. 240-pound body at this time. That's what I don't think people realize. Josh Burnham is a freaky athlete.
Yes.
Very freaky athlete.
He's one of those kids, man, that you have him on your high school team and you're like, what position do you play? Anything you need, coach. Like, he's one of those kids, like, okay, go play quarterback, go play tight ends.
Anything on social media. He doesn't talk to the media. He just wants to go play ball and go to school. That's it. That's the other thing I love about him too, right? He's not into the frills. He's just, what do you need me to do? I want to go play. You need me to cover kicks, I'll cover kicks. You need me on punt return, I'll do punt return. Just let me play. And if he emerges and Jordan Botelho keeps his head on straight, the Viper position is going to be really good next year.
Because Joshua Burnham had quietly 4.5 sacks, was second on the team, right? Wasn't he? Something like that. So
you mean Jordan Botelho?
What did I say?
Josh Burnham.
Yes, Jordan Botelho.
Did I miss that? I can't believe I missed all his reps. It's all right. I said Josh or Sam Hartman threw 26 picks last year. In a show that Sean and I did on Saturday. I meant to say the next 2 years. Guy says he didn't throw 26 picks. And I was like, dude, I said 26 for the last 2 years. And he's like, no, you didn't. So I went and listened. I was like, yeah, I pretty much said he threw 26 picks last year. So I knew what you meant. Here's mine is Tobias. Honestly, we didn't see him a ton this year, right? He had like 2 games where he played a bunch and then he got hurt. So, if he puts in the work this offseason, he's the guy that I'm looking forward to seeing that we didn't see a whole bunch this year. Jordan Schreiber asks, how much better was Stetson Bennett than Drew Pine in 2022? Light years.
Considerably.
I get the question, Jordan. They're not enormous difference in talent. Stetson has a better arm, but he's also, I'm not saying this hyperbolically, he's like 6 years older than Drew Pine. At least 5.
He is. I think he's going to be 26-year-old rookie in the NFL.
Right.
So,
and Drew Pine is what, 19, 20?
Probably 20. Yeah.
Right.
Sounds about right.
It says he's 22. Drew's 22. Good Lord, he's a lot older. So he's 3 years older than Drew Pine. But
Drew's 22.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah. Huh. That's interesting.
Stetson Bennett is. So in October, he will be 26. So, yeah, he'll be a 26-year-old rookie midway through the year.
Very, very interesting. So, but just more confidence, takes more chances. He's more accurate than Drew was. He throws with far greater anticipation than Drew did this year. I mean, if you're just comparing him this year to this year, could Drew Pine eventually be that kind of guy? Maybe, if you put enough talent around him. But I mean, I don't see it. I don't think Drew has never shown me the anticipation needed to make. I mean, we showed this in the game. There was a play where I think it was Brock Bowers he threw the ball to. Might have been another receiver, but like the linebacker's here and the receiver's coming this way, and he's not even close to open. But Stetson Bennett just has to so he just throws the ball like over here into a hole with a safety coming from the other side, and the receiver just kind of runs right into it. And you're like, okay, that doesn't happen at Notre Dame. Tyler Buckner did some of that in the bowl game, right? Because we've always said that when Tyler Buckner's on, he throws with great anticipation. We showed that on the touchdown pass to Braden Lindsey. I mean, he hit him on the numbers. He threw it when Braden Lindsey was just inside the far hash, is when the ball left his hand. Drew never tries that throw, never even attempts that throw. And so very, very different. Irish and Austin said thoughts on either of these scenarios. 1, Notre Dame USC become a green versus red jersey game annually. 2, Notre Dame and USC go green and red every 4th or 5th year, starting from the 100th anniversary game in 2026. So basically kind of like how UCLA and USC do it, where they both wear their homes. And instead of Notre Dame wearing blues, Notre Dame wears the green.
I would like that at least once. I don't know about it becoming like a consistent thing, but like it would be dope for one. It'd be like a color rush game basically at that point, right? And I mean, I'd be down for that. I don't know.
That's not something not for that game. It's not something I'd be interested in, to be honest with you.
You want some relish and ketchup, man? You don't want it?
I'm good. Good. Ketchup and pickles? No, thanks. I'll pass. I don't like either one of those two things.
Sean's like, why did I stay on this show?
Like, seriously, I should have left. These guys are idiots. Children. Come on, children. All right. Salty Virginia Peanut says, should Buckner and Minchie watch games with Reese in the box? Buckner seem to get a lot out of it. If they're able to legally do that, if a kid's not hurt, I would absolutely have that happen. Here's a question. I'll answer this one quickly because I do want to get through these. We're getting long on the show, and I've got to get these podcasts up. But Brandon Plesner asked, why is Jared Parker just recently sending out offers to elite tight ends that already have offers from SEC and Big Ten Blue Bloods when all he had to do for a year plus was keep Flanagan in the class? I actually understand this sentiment, but the reason why is because the need has changed in the last month or so. The injury to Eli Raridan, Kane Barong leaving has changed the need in the room. They were originally only going to take one tight end in this class. They then got on Carter Nelson because he was just like kind of too good not to get on, and he's a Nebraska kid. But a lot of the push, like with Walter Matthews and some of these other guys, is because they now have a need for a second tight end. That's really what it comes down to, Brandon. So it wasn't like he was just kind of hanging out like, oh, shoot, I forgot to offer all those tight ends like 6 months ago. They weren't in a position where they were going to take two. Eli's injury and Kane Barong leaving, if only one of those things would have happened. If Eli doesn't get hurt and Kane Barong leaves, I don't know if they necessarily take a second tight end unless it's a guy they really like. Like they may still take Carter Nelson, but they're not going to expand the board to the point where like now we need a second tight end. It was the combination of a guy tears his ACL twice by the end of his freshman year. That's a problem. Now, could he end up being fine? Sure. But you can't assume he's going to be fine. Not at a position that important to this offense. So that's why. Very fair question, in my opinion, Ryan. But I just think it's just understanding that the circumstances have changed. If those two things happen, they're not offering these kids. They may still go after Carter Nelson just because he's a freak. But they're not going after all these other guys, in my opinion, if that doesn't change. If those two things don't happen.
Well, Sean, we talked about this yesterday, right, man? Like, I mean, there's some freak shows on that tight end board right now, man. So, I mean, if you're going to take swings at some elite talent, take some swings at elite talent, in my opinion. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if Carter Nelson fills out properly over the next year or so. I know he's an 8-man guy, but, like, if he goes to one of these all-star games and does all the camp circuit, all that type of stuff, right, I wouldn't be surprised if that kid's a top 50 player at some point. Like, I wouldn't be shocked. He's that type of athlete, in my opinion.
Man, look, they had that guy, right? They got Jack Larson.
He's a very good player.
So they wanted one. They had their tight end, like Brian said. Things change. during the season due to injury and um, transfers. I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah.
Because the two guys he went after, I'm like, oh, good gracious.
Mhm. Yeah.
One
Yep.
kid, Jaden Reddle, who is a Missouri guy, had 1,000 yards and like 40 something catches, and then Walter Matthews is 6'7", 250-pound high school basketball player too. Like, you are adding some
Have you
legit
seen his
talents.
basketball film?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I always watch basketball.
There was
first,
one
man.
he
I'm
caught
like,
a rebound off the rim and grabbed it and pulled it back.
Yeah, his
and
head was
banged
even
it.
with the rim. Like, it was
Yes.
wild. Yeah.
Yes, Carter Nelson has some pretty. Carter Nelson did one of the Vince Carter in a game. Did you see that, Ryan?
He's wild, man.
Yeah.
He does it all. You know what's
Yeah.
funny? It's his basketball highlight tape. It's broken up, so the first like 3 minutes are just him like with putbacks and stuff, and just like, just 2-pointers without dunks, and then the whole second section is just dunks, and you're like, oh, I was waiting for this, and there it is.
Yep. So good question, Brandon. Brent Smith asked Brian, Ryan, and we'll add Sean because this question was asked before Sean joined. Who will be the starting 5 offensive linemen next year? So, fellas, we have 4 that I think we all agree on, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Which is the 2 tackles and centers that already started. Joe Alt at left tackle, Blake Fisher at right tackle, Zeke Correll at center. Do we also all agree that Billy Schrouth will be a starter next year?
We do.
I'd be surprised if he wasn't. Yeah.
Are we all on the same page of Andrew Kristofic as of right now being the 5th guy?
Yes.
As of right now? That's where I am.
Yeah,
Okay.
I am. I would say this, if Charles Jagasaw was healthy and an early enrollee, I might change my answer in that regard. But yeah,
that's a good one.
That is, yeah.
I think Ty Chan, Charles Jagasaw, and Michael Carmody could all push.
Yeah,
both of those guys.
I just don't see
Rocco
some
Spindler
weight, man.
pushing.
You see, they put some weight. Yeah,
I think he's going to have a hard time keeping weight on. I mean, you're a junior
Yeah.
in high college, and you're now lighter than you've been your entire career. That's a concern for me.
Yes.
That's a concern for me.
I know one thing. Ty Chan is a big human being.
Yeah.
We were talking about that earlier, Sean.
Oh boy, he's a big human being.
Yeah.
Like, I remember watching him standing next to Emil Wagner and just looking at Emil Wagner's arms and saying to myself, like, oh man, when he feels out, good Lord. And then I look to the left and he's standing next to Ty Chan, and I'm like, oh, okay. All right. Yeah, Harry, I see what you're doing. Bigger bodies, longer. Okay.
Yeah. Yep. So I think it's that guard battle is going to be fun to watch. And I don't think it's a given that Billy Schrouth starts. I think he's a leader in the clubhouse, but he's got to play well because there's going to be some other talented dudes pushing him, and that's where you want to be.
Yeah.
There's no doubt.
Yeah.
All right. So let's get to this next one from Irish in Ohio. Brian, Ryan, Sean, are you guys hearing that there is a real possibility of Tyler Buckner transferring? I just wanted to pull this up to speak to this. No, we have not heard that. I've said before that my sources have all said that as of right now, they anticipate him staying. But we also are realistic that a kid of his talent doesn't necessarily want to sit the bench as a junior in college. And then, of course, there's always other people, saying that, that he's going to transfer and all that. So we're just making the point of we have to have an honest discussion of how important it is to keep him here. If Notre Dame doesn't treat him right between now and next year, then he'll leave, right? Like, I transferred after a freshman and I started because I didn't have a good relationship with my coach. I thought he lied to me. And so sometimes, I mean, if you're not treated right, you're going to leave, and you should leave in a lot of instances. If the coaches aren't developing you and putting some work into you and pouring into you, then yeah, I could see that. I don't think that's going to happen because I'm going to tell you right now, just because they went and got Sam Hartman, and this is what a lot of people don't get. Oh, of course Sam Hartman's going to be the guy. Yeah, we think he is. But y'all are kidding yourselves if you don't think that Tommy Rees and Marcus Freeman aren't both extremely high on Tyler Buckner's potential. They just know they can't bet on him being healthy and ready next season. That's the concern. And even if Tyler went and beat Sam Hartman out, you can't guarantee me, and this is the danger of if you were to make, like, let's say Tyler just completely outplays Sam Hartman in spring, and they say, hey, we're going to go with Tyler. Sam Hartman's probably going to leave and go somewhere else. And then what happens then? Tyler gets hurt in the 3rd game of the year again? And now you're what? You're playing Steve Angeli or Kenny Minchie? So, but the staff is extremely high on his talent. Extremely high on his talent. There's no question about that. I just want to make sure that we address that.
Staff has been very transparent too.
Yeah.
So I don't think transparency, like you pointed out, and honesty is a problem. I think Tyler, his family probably respect that. You see his reaction to being told we're going to go get a guy, and you saw Drew Pine's reaction to the same information. Tyler's going to compete. I think
Yeah.
he's well respected within the building. He's definitely well respected with the teammates, and I just don't see him leaving. If the message to Tyler, look, my message to Tyler would be, we're going to win a national championship with you, regardless of whether or not it's this year or 24. We're going to win a national championship with you at quarterback.
Yep.
That's it.
Yeah. All right, let's get to the next question from ERO 5.20. Do you guys think Riley Mills may benefit from losing 10 to 15 pounds if he were to play big end? I feel being a little lighter may help him in his pass rush abilities.
I push against this, honestly. I think Riley Mills starting to move more inside on a consistent basis is the move that we go to. I mean, that'd just be my thought process, right? Like, he can still play some.
Let me ask you this, Ryan. Let me ask you
Yeah.
this just real quick. Are you saying that because of the makeup of the current roster, or are you saying that because you think he should move inside the 3 technique?
I think it's both. I think it's both. Yeah. I think that if you were starting to play more 3-man stuff, I think naturally he's just going to be more of a fit inside, right? Because you're going to play more of
4-man stuff.
No, 3-man stuff. I think even if it's 3-man stuff, he's more of a 4-4-I 5
Oh,
tack.
see, I don't count that as inside. I still count that as an end. You know what I mean? Like, when I think inside of a 3-man look, it's going to be the nose, is what you know what I mean?
Oh, okay. Well,
you're like a 4-eye, you're still playing on the tackle. Is my point. Right.
Sure. But I mean, there's going to be a lot of instances where you walk a guy up and then he becomes more of that.
I get that. I get that. I'm cool with that. I just wanted to make sure you weren't saying he was playing over the nose.
Well, I will say this though. I mean, to that thought process though, if they played more 4-man stuff, I would still be interested to move him inside as a 3 technique more than, I mean, I would, because I just
starting a big end in that situation.
I don't think he's a quick twitch athlete, man. Like, I think he's just always going to struggle a little bit in space. I do. I think, but against guards and on the interior, I think that his quickness is a big plus in that regard. I just don't know if he's a space guy fully. I just don't think so.
I somewhat disagree with that, Ryan, for 2 reasons. Number one is I don't disagree that he couldn't be a good player inside. I think in a 3-man front, you're absolutely correct in how you'd use him. My pushback is twofold. Number one is Nana Osafo-Mensah should not be a starter for a defensive line that's trying to win a championship.
I don't agree. I don't disagree with that.
If it's not him, then who's starting a big end? Right? If you move Riley inside, let's say they're going to stay as a 4 down, and you move Riley inside, who's your starter at big end? And then now you've taken Nana out of a role that I think he's good at, which is as a rotation guy, a niche rotation guy, and you're now trying to make him a first and second down player. And so that's my issue there. Beyond just the other part. Now, I think with Riley as a big end, you got to use him correctly. Don't ask him to be Adi Ogundiji. He's a different kind of player than that. Use him the way that they used Myron the year before. I think he can get you 5 or 6 sacks. The thing that concerned me is I didn't think they necessarily used him well out there. Like, he's not Khalid Kareem as a big end. He's not going to place him wide and come off the edge. I think he can be a really good run defender. I kind of liked how they used him late where they're moving him all around. I kind of think that in a 4 down, but I'm not a 3-3-5 guy. I'm not. I liked the way that Marcus Freeman uses Cincinnati. I'm more of a 4 down guy, but I don't think we can, in good faith, look at the current makeup of the roster and say they shouldn't at least consider that. Again, we're not saying they're going to do that or that we're hearing it. I'm just saying this is why we talk about it, is because, like you said, now all of a sudden, if you're in a 3 down, you've got some Vipers that can move all around in Junior and Burnham and Patelho. You don't necessarily need a 3 technique. You've got a lot of big end bodies. Tyson Ford is a big end body. Riley Mills is a big end body. Nana's a big end body. Alexander Ahrensberger is a big end body. None of those guys are necessarily pure 3 techs either, right? Because Riley's never been that good as a 3 tech. He got better at the end of the year. I think we would all agree with that, right? As far as his production, I think his skill set may be suited there, but he doesn't play as well there. But in a 3 down, Ryan, as a 4-eye, it's a little bit of a different deal because you can still do some different things with him on the edge. And so I think that's the reason that I'm more interested in that 3-3-5 conversation, is because look at the makeup of the roster right now. Do you really have a 4-down roster? I don't know. What are your thoughts, Ryan? I mean, just again, this 2023 team. Do you have a 4-down, big end, 3 technique, nose tackle Viper roster?
Well, I think if you were a 4-down team, like exclusively, I think that you would have to change the makeup of what your big end looks like, right? Like I think that those players would have to be a little bit more interchangeable at that sense, right? Maybe you sacrifice a little bit size at the big end, but you kind of do some things tangibly a little bit different on the second level. You know what I mean? So I think that you kind of blur the line between what your Viper and big end look like now, and it's not as much. Not
You're saying they
it's
should
a little more
blur
interchangeable.
Are you saying they should blur the line more?
If they were a true 4-down team with what their makeup is.
So,
right now. Yes.
Be willing to allow a junior Tuihalamaka to play that position.
Right. Agree. Yep.
Agree with that. 100% agree with that. Where Aiden Gobira can play that position.
Exactly. Yep.
Right? I mean, yeah, we're on the same page there. But I don't know if that's as easy of a transition for them as moving to a 3-3-5 when you consider who their coaches are.
I don't disagree with that at all. I don't disagree with that. Yeah.
You're right, Ryan. Like, to me, you have a choice. Move to a 3-3-5, a versatile 3-3-5 where you're going to still line up in some 4-man fronts, or go to a 4-2-5 where you use a different body type there.
Yes.
I'd agree with that completely. And then now all of a sudden Riley's, because if you're going to do that, your interior guys now have to be penetrators. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Now Riley's better suited for there. Because if you're going to put Riley inside right now, the way you use your 3 technique, he's a space eater half the time.
It has to be a tack style for him to be inside. No doubt about that. He has got to be 100%. In a one gap system.
We're on the same page
to do that.
Yeah, we're on the same page. So you get my concern though. If they line up with a 4-down like they are now, who's the big end?
Sure. I also think it's also a little concerning too, Riley inside full time on a 4-down right now, because I also don't think you don't have a true nose right now, right? Like you have Howard Cross, who's 275 pounds. You don't want him to be eating up 2 blocks all the time either. Yeah. So if you're a 4-down system, you have to be a pure 1-gap penetration style team. Like you can't ask your nose
3-down, right? Here's how I look at a 3-down. Howard and Riley are your ends.
Yeah.
And you've got Gabriel Rubio and Aiden Kanaana and Jason Onye.
Yeah.
Playing that spot. That's how I see it.
Yeah.
And now, like, to me, a guy that I would love to see break out this spring and force his way on the field is a big end. Sean talked about one of them, Tyson Ford. The other guy would be Alexander Ahrensberger. Like, he's flashed more impact playmaking ability than Nana. Nana's just steady.
Yes.
But Nana's not like, in games where Nana's had to play more snaps, he's been less effective because then he starts getting swallowed up a little bit. And that's the problem. Nana's got to be a niche guy. Howard Cross needs to be a niche guy. Howard's way better at 30 snaps than he is at 50. Right? And that's the issue as an inside guy. And that's why you got to hope that Gabriel Rubio and Aiden Kanaana can really step into a role there. Same with Donovan Heinisch. Like you just got to use him correctly. And that's going to be this was ended up being a great question. A lot of good discussion on that, guys. Really good stuff. Sean, anything you'd like to add to that?
No, I mean, Brian and I've had this discussion, man. It's just like, for me, I'm like, man, are we just going to keep using him as a utility guy along the defensive line, or is he finally going to settle in at one position where he can focus on that and up his production? And Ryan, both of you guys may be right. He might just need to be that utility guy, to be able to be needed where he's needed based upon Notre Dame, the schedule they play, the opponent. This is what we need from you. We need you to go outside a little bit. We need you to come inside. Pass rush, we need you to be inside. Pass rushing, however they need to use him. I mean, I guess he's a really good piece to have, even though he might not be one of those dominant guys. I mean, to have a guy that you can move around like that and be solid, that's a beneficial piece to have on a defense. So I really don't know. Would you say Riley has met expectations as a player?
Close.
I mean, I mean, he's
Yeah,
got more upside, I think, in him.
you
Yeah.
think?
Yeah.
So
As
my
far as
thing
like
is, Ryan,
sack production?
where he is right now. But see, I don't think they've put him in a lot of sack producing situations.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing for me is like they don't use him to rush the quarterback the way that I think that they should. And that's a position that hasn't produced a lot of sacks. I mean, you talk about what did he have? 3 sacks this year, right?
Yeah, something like
Khalid
that.
Cream had
Yep.
4. I think his first as a junior, his first year in the starting lineup. If I remember, because Khalid was there in 18, Khalid had 4.5 sacks. And he played a lot more snaps than Riley Mills did. And then the next year he had 5.5 sacks. And then the next year, Adio Gandiji led the team with 7 sacks. That's the most sack production we've seen from that position, Sean, was 7.
Yeah.
And then last year we saw it, Myron had 2. And so when you look at Riley had 3.5 sacks this year, that's not that far off if you look on a per snap basis. I think they need to put him in those situations more.
Yeah.
And they didn't allow the big end to attack the quarterback this year the way they did in the past. They used the linebackers to do that.
Right.
So, you know, I think that's the thing is too, you know, we've seen a lot more of that this year. So really good question. And Ryan has to go pick up his daughter, so he has to head out of here. So let's work through these here real quick. Brian and Sean, thoughts on Emil Wagner moving to the D line? I don't see that as a need or a good move.
Harry would probably flip tables.
He would not be happy. Yeah. He would not be. Here's the thing about Emil. There's no need to worry about moving him right now. Right? Emil Wagner's in a perfect situation. They don't need me to play right now.
No.
I got 2 years. I can learn behind the best tackle tandem in college football next year. Give me another. I don't got to put weight on too quickly. I got 2 years to get my body where it needs to get to and learn the game from the best in the business. They don't need to worry about moving him right now. Let him get some snaps late in games. You know, let him get 50, 60 snaps this year in some blowout situations, maybe a little bit more. Maybe you put him in as a tight end, you know, role and some goal line stuff to get him some work. And then if one of the guys leaves next year, then he's ready to go. So I don't think we need to worry and rush about where Emil Wagner's weight is right now. He's going to be fine because I do not believe Emil was an early enrollee. Was he an early enrollee?
I don't believe so.
I'm gonna have to. I've completely forgotten who Notre Dame's early enrollees are.
From 22.
So, yeah, I know that Strouth was, but he was hurt. I know that Joey Tanona was because that's when he got hurt. Let me look at so Jalen Sneed was last year. Nolan Ziegler was last year. Burnham, all the linebackers were. Darian Price was. Tyson Ford and Go Byron. Mickey was. Angeli. Emil was an early enrollee last year.
Okay.
So, you know, you're just not in a situation. He's a year into his tenure here at Notre Dame, right? You don't need to worry too much about where his weight is yet. Now, if we're sitting here next spring and he's still like 275, 280 and looking really, really skinny, then yeah, we can get some concern then. But we're not there yet, Sean. Just not there yet, in my opinion. All right, so let's get to see these next questions here real quick from some of these folks here. Brent Smith says, does the tight end room begin the season with Mitchell 1A and Bauman 1B? I would not assume that Kevin Bauman would be the 1B. He's going to have to earn that. You know, he's going to have to earn that.
I thought Holden played a good Gator Bowl.
Yeah, and he gave some good minutes down the stretch, and he's only going to get better.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think Bauman's going to have to beat out Holden more than Holden's going to have to beat out Bauman.
I would agree with that.
99 problems, but BK ain't one. 6 teams scored 40-plus points per game. Tennessee, Ohio State, Alabama, Georgia, USC, and Michigan. Do you think Notre Dame will make the 40-point-per-game club in 2023? If yes, where do they rank in that list, first, second, et cetera? My answer, Sean, is I don't know, and I honestly don't care. That usually involves kind of padding stats against teams that are just not good is kind of usually how that goes. Michigan was a 40-point per game team this year because of who they played. Let's be real about something. If Michigan would have played the same net schedule Notre Dame played, they're not scoring 40.4 points per game.
No.
They'd score more than Notre Dame. They scored 51 against Colorado State, 56 against Hawaii, and 59 against Connecticut. right? Scored 52 against Rutgers. The rest of the year, they scored after they got out of their non-conference garbage schedule. They scored more than 40 points 5 times in their next, what they play, 14 games. So their next 11 games, they scored in the 40 points 5 times. And it was 41 against Penn State, 43 against Purdue, 45 against TCU, 45 against Ohio State, 52 against Rutgers. They weren't actually out there, like ripping teams up the way that you would think. Ohio State scored 77 against Toledo. That helped pad their stats a little bit, but they had more. I mean, you start 49 against Rutgers, 49 against Michigan State, 54 against Iowa, 44 against Penn State, 56 against Indiana. There's a little bit more consistency there. And they also, again, played, in my opinion, a tougher schedule because while Michigan's playing Colorado State, Ohio State's playing Notre Dame. So those are the things that I look at it. I'm not too concerned about that, to be completely honest with you. I don't really care as much about 40 points per game. And here's the other thing about Georgia. Georgia only scored 40 points per game because they scored 65 in the title game. They weren't over 40 going into the title game. They weren't a 40-plus point per team in the regular season. They actually scored more in the postseason, including the SEC title game, than they did in the regular season.
But that goes to our point that we've been talking about, right? Like, we don't care if Notre Dame averages 40 against Jackson State and Navy.
Right.
If they average 40 against Ohio State, USC, and Clemson, now we're saying something.
Right.
Now we're saying something.
Because to me, Sean, it's a thing where Notre Dame's schedule is, in my opinion, a little too challenging to be a 40-point per game team the way that they run their offense.
Yeah.
I mean, the depth of Notre Dame's schedule is really impressive. Everybody talks about how tough this year's schedule was. Next year's schedule has even more quality teams on it than this year's team.
I agree with that.
Not only do you have the top, which is good, right? You've got the talent at the top. You've got Ohio State, you've got Clemson, and you've got USC, which is going to still be good again. But there's so much more depth of good teams this year. You've got Wake Forest, who was an 8-5 team last year. You've got Duke, that was a 9-4 team last year. You have NC State, that was a 9-4 team this year. You've got Pitt, that was a 9-4 team this year. You look at all those teams, and then what was Louisville? They finished the season relatively well. So Louisville went, 8-5 this year, beat Cincinnati in a bowl game. So the depth of good teams might keep them below 40, maybe, but I think they'll be close. They need to be close. They need to be minimum 38 next year. Yeah. But to Sean's point, it's more about, can you score 35 against Clemson and Ohio State and USC? That's going to be the question.
Yeah.
That's what I care more about. I mean, if they go hang a 70 spot on Tennessee State and score 59 against Navy and score 63 against Central Michigan and score over 40 points a game because of that, but they scored 20 against Ohio State and 17 against Clemson and 24 against USC, and they lose 2 of those 3 games, I don't give a crap that they scored 40 points a game. Doesn't matter to me. It's what did you do when the games were on the line? That's what I care about. And they're also a different type of offense than Ohio State and those teams. And that's the other part of it is, that matters a little bit more too.
Yeah.
So good question. Very good question. See here from Milton Fan, what O-lineman is someone Notre Dame is looking good for that is a dude, a Charles Jagasol type? Gierby Lambert is the name to know there. There's 2 kids. Sean, have you seen Caleb Brewer's film yet?
Yeah, we talked about him yesterday.
That's stupid.
Yeah.
That's absurd. Like, he's a 6'5", 300-pound kid playing tight end and catching the football. Like, him and Gierby Lambert, if they get Caleb Brewer, Gierby Lambert, Peter Jones,
it's a wrap.
Wrap it up, call it a day. Yeah. Another great year of offensive line recruiting. Yeah. Like, that would be sick. That would be sick. I'd be thrilled about that.
Yeah.
So those are the 2 dudes, Milton Fan. Gierby's more of a pure offensive lineman now. Caleb Brewer's going to eventually be an offensive lineman.
Yeah. And
he saw in the same high school as who's one of my favorite offensive tackles in the 23 class, Javen Williams. Have you seen him, Sean?
No, I haven't.
That guy's a dude. Okay. He was my, I think, number 2 or number 3 tackle in this class. Him, Jagasol, Samson Okunlola, and the kid going to Miami, were my top 4 tackles in this class, and he's really good. But this kid's got every bit the ability he does. He just has to learn how to play offensive line. So
Yeah.
those are the 2 dudes. And it's not a great offensive line class. So if they're able to get that trio in this year where it's a down year offensive line wise, that's a heck of a job. Heck of a job. Let's wrap up with these last few here, Sean. Patrick Thompson, will Notre Dame end up getting one of Justin Scott's official visits?
Of course.
Yeah. Yeah, they're not in that bad of position. They're just not doing what they need to be doing at this point in time. Here's an interesting one from Colton Simpson, right, Sean? How do you think the 2023 O-line will compare to the 22 offensive line? Like, will they need a game or 3 to get right?
Yeah. I actually think there's more cohesion with this group, with the guys they have coming back, with Zeke coming back. And nothing's easy. Let me make sure I use my word, because I was about to say the guards are the easier positions along the offensive line. Most people would say, but I don't want to say that because I play offensive line is not easy, especially in today's game. So I'll just leave it at this. Because of what they have in waiting, Kristofik has played. Kristofik was right next when they started to improve as an offensive line. Kristofik was the one next to Joe Alt.
Right.
So it's not like you have an inexperienced guy,
Right.
Vying for one of those positions. He's played some meaningful minutes. And Shrouf is a dude. You expected Billy Shrouf in his second year to be vying for a position. This is expected. So, yeah, I think they hit the ground running. I really do. I really do. Because of it's with Sam Hartman, I think they will have more knowledge. If Sam Hartman is the guy, they will go into the season knowing this is what we're doing, this is how we're playing, let's go play. I think with Tyler Buckner and the way the quarterback battle went into the fall and different plays and different things, and then Jared Patterson's injury late in camp, that they just went to that first game on the road just with questions. And I thought early on they moved the ball. Let's be honest. They moved the ball against Ohio State. It wasn't like they just went and played awful.
Mm-hmm.
They just made mistakes that shouldn't have been made. They just missed assignments that shouldn't have been missed. And Ohio State early, with that defense and Jim Knowles, he had them playing really fast and really aggressive. Like they weren't the same defense that they were the previous year. Eventually, they got back to being the same guys that they were on film the previous year when they played late in the season, but that was against really good teams. So for me, I thought Notre Dame physically, if the Tyler Buckner that showed up in the Gator Bowl was in the horseshoe, the offensive line did enough for Notre Dame to have a chance to win that ball game and probably because really, this is how tenuous football is. And Brian, if you disagree, if Notre Dame, when they had that opportunity, goes down in the middle of the third quarter and goes up 17-7,
mm-hmm.
Coach Day doesn't have the liberty in the fourth quarter to say, you know what, we're going to run the ball.
Yeah.
He can't. He never goes to that. And they continue to try to pass the ball, and I think Notre Dame continues to frustrate them.
Yeah.
So that changes the total trajectory of that game if the offense is able to punch in that touchdown in the third quarter. And there you go. And then they might never lose to Marshall coming off that game with the momentum.
Or they may still lose because now they're thinking they've arrived, and
absolutely.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Absolutely. But once again, in the example I used, Tyler Buckner wasn't the Tyler Buckner.
Yeah. I would also say this, Sean, if the offensive line would have played against Ohio State like it played later in the year, then Tyler Buckner would have played well.
Oh, absolutely.
I'll say that as well, because I actually thought I somewhat disagree. I don't think the line played well, and I think they put Tyler in some bad spots. I mean, he started 8 of 9 in that game. I mean, he started 8 of 9
You
for over 100 yards in that game.
you can start with
They
the
couldn't
first
run the
play.
ball.
You can start with the
They
very
couldn't run the
first play.
ball.
Yeah.
They couldn't run the ball. And so, but to your point, Sean, I think you hit all the offensive line stuff correctly. I think you're going to have an older group because you don't have 2 tackles now, sophomore tackles now. You're going to have 2 junior tackles now. You have
Mhm.
much more certainty at center, which is important. I mean, Jarrett Patterson didn't play all fall camp because of the injury. I mean, he didn't come back till like late in fall camp because of the injury he sustained in the offseason.
Mhm.
You know, Josh Lugg was making a move to a new position. Zeke Crow was moving back to center. Jarrett Patterson was moving out to guard. I mean, everybody's going to step in and play positions they played last year too. That's the other part of it. So, you know, you've got 2 young guys potentially stepping in at guard.
Mhm.
If like that would be the worst case scenario from an experience standpoint. Let's say one of the young guys beats out Kristovic or Kristovic gets hurt or something.
Yeah.
Then you've got 2 young guys, but they're surrounded by veterans now.
Absolutely.
And if Kristovic beats out the younger players, then that tells me he's ready to tap into his potential and be a little bit more of an impactful blocker. Because right now he's just a do your job guy.
Yeah.
He doesn't really move people. So I'd like to see him maybe move people a little bit more. But if he does start, then you've got 4 guys with significant starting. I mean, because Kristovic started that game against Ohio State last year.
Yeah.
And started like 7 games in 2021.
2021. Yeah.
So I feel much, and I think that we said this earlier, Sean, before you're on the show. I think the physical talent next year is going to be better than it was this year. It's just going to be younger at guard. I mean, even Kristofic's going to be younger than what Jarrett Patterson and especially Josh Lugg were last year.
Yeah. Yeah.
You
Do
know?
you take the shot based upon what you're saying if Shroud, Tai Chan, or Jagasaw do step up and they're like neck and neck with Kristofic?
I'd probably still start Kristofic, and then
Okay.
I'd do what they kind of did in 2017 and just rotate. I'd give those young guys a chance early
Hmm.
to get snaps.
Hmm.
I would maybe, if we're beating if we're beating Navy or Tennessee State or Central Michigan, I would give them a chance to play. Now, here's the thing that you got to decide though. If I think they're neck and neck now, but I think that, man, if I can get Jagasaw some snaps
Yeah.
by the middle of the year, he's going to be head and shoulders above, or Tai Chan, then that's where I might make the move and say, we got 3 games to get this kid ready
Hmm.
because we don't need him to play great in the first 3 games to go 3-0.
Right.
That's when I maybe consider. So if they're neck and neck, and I think they're going to kind of be neck and neck all year, I'm going with the veteran.
Hmm.
But if I think playing the younger guy gives me a chance to have that as a dude by the time we get to the middle of the year,
Yeah.
and we get to USC and Clemson and all that, yeah, I'd make that move then, Sean. So whether it's Jagasaw, Tai Chan, Morocco, whoever it is,
Right.
I would make that move. Yeah, it's a good question. That's a good question. Very good question. All right, next question is from Ray Holcraft. Are you confident Tommy Rees utilizes and maximizes his talent in 2023? And if so, what inspires this confidence? Seemed he has gotten better during his career at Notre Dame. Well, he has gotten better. But honestly, Sean, what it comes down to is, am I confident he's going to do it? It's not even about that. I don't know. I don't. I can't read Tommy Rees's mind. I don't know what he is or isn't going to do. I think, Ray, for me, it comes down to we have seen enough flashes to say that there's the potential for him to do this.
Hmm.
Now he needs to go out and do it. He needs to prove it. It's show me time. It's prove it time with Tommy Rees.
Yeah.
Am I confident he's going to do it? I don't know. I have no idea. They haven't even got to spring ball yet. I would say, Ray, this would be a better question to ask me after spring ball. But I'm hopeful. How about that? Is that a better way of saying it, Sean? Am I confident he's going to do it? It's hard for me to say that. I don't know Tommy Rees like that. I'm not over there at the Goog watching film with Tommy Rees and picking his brain about what he's going to do and how he's going to use this guy or that guy or the other guy. I wish I was, but I'm not. So I can't tell you. I'm going to say I'm just hopeful. I wouldn't say I'm confident. I'm hopeful that he's going to do that. And I think because I think he has the. I'm not hoping that he can do something that I don't believe he's capable of doing.
Yeah.
I'm hopeful that he's going to do what I think you and I both agree he can do. He just
Mhm.
hasn't shown on a consistent basis. Is that fair to say?
Look, I will offer up a little something on the altar of confidence in support of Tommy Rees right here. Look, he's going to get better because I think his situation is better. I think the quarterback situation is going to allow him to be able to go out and call games and create. rather than trying to piece things together, which is what he had to do in certain ways. And this goes back to, things probably could be easier if they had a quarterback coach. But when you're trying to do both, you're trying to game plan and you're trying to coach Drew to make him play better during the season. That's a difficult task for one person. But when you have Sam Hartman, who's experienced, as long as Sam Hartman makes a smooth transition into Notre Dame's system, I fully expect Tommy to kind of have a little bit more freedom now to not have to really quarterback coach as much as I felt like he had to quarterback coach last season.
That's fair.
Now, even with Tyler, like you would probably think with the Gator Bowl, the light went on in a sense for Tyler Buckner. Now, you always need coaching, but being there, competing with Sam Hartman is going to make him better. It's probably going to make Sam Hartman better. It's going to make everyone around them better in the practices. And I think it's going to give a new exuberance and creative juice to Tommy. Now, for me, the step that I want to see from Tommy is his timing as a play caller. Tommy calls good plays, but being able to have that timing as a play caller, that's going to be the next step.
That's where the consistency comes from, Sean.
Yeah.
That's not always there.
Yeah.
But when he is on, and we're talking the stretch in 2020 from
Mhm.
Clemson
Yeah.
to Syracuse, we're talking 2021 from
Yeah.
like North Carolina on. We're talking this year against North Carolina. First half against BYU,
Yeah.
he was just, it was like, oh, this is beautiful to watch.
Yeah.
We're talking Boston College. We're talking bowl game. We're talking USC after the first series. Like, if that guy shows up week after week after week with the quarterback he's going to have next year,
Yeah.
Because here's the thing, they started 8 true sophomores in the bowl game. 8 true sophomores at important positions: quarterback, running back, tight end, left tackle, right tackle, receiver. Every receiver spot.
Talk about it.
Like, not guard, not center, tackle, quarterback, running back, receiver, tight end.
Yeah.
All the important positions.
Yeah.
The only veterans they had were center and guard. That's it.
Yep.
And you didn't hear Marcus Freeman before the bowl game. Well, we're young, we're inexperienced. You didn't hear Tommy Reese saying like, well, we're young. I don't know if we're going to be able to go out there and shred South. No, it was like, look, we're going to go out there and do what we do, and that's what it is.
Yeah.
He didn't coach like, I got a lot of young kids I got to protect. He said, no, I've got talented kids. Let's go after it.
Right.
And I got a quarterback that can do some things. Let's go do this.
Right.
And they came out that way from jump. From jump, they were that way. Just missed some throws early. Misses Lorenzo on the little slide on the first play, misses Jaden on third down. South Carolina never actually stopped Notre Dame. Notre Dame stopped themselves for the most part. There's one series I thought. The first pick 6 was a good series by the South Carolina defense.
Yeah.
That was a good series.
Yeah.
Other than that, it was mainly Notre Dame stopping themselves.
Yeah.
And
I think once again, I think getting Tyler in the booth, coaching him, right, having the opportunity to coach him during the game, right, gave him an opportunity to do both. Well, it's kind of difficult to win a game with that quarterback and coach him at the same time. It can be done, but it's difficult. He actually had Tyler next to him, being able to coach him in several ways, and then coach him during the week, and then go out and coach him and develop him to get better starting 2 weeks before the end of the season is when he came back to practice. So that's over a month.
And he was just basically doing individual and routes on air at that point in time.
So Tommy had time to work with Tyler. He had time because of the limp they had off of the bowl game. So I think they both went into the game with a little bit more confidence in that position, which gave Tommy the ability to say, okay, let me open it up because I have confidence. And then when he saw him play and get over the rough start, because honestly, look, I think Notre Dame came out with the mentality that they were the better team. You talk about how young they were. Didn't matter to Notre Dame.
Mm-hmm.
Even in starting all the youngsters, like we're better than them. We're better than them. Okay, you're up 21-7. That's fine. We're still better.
Right.
And once Notre Dame finally clicked, the only thing that stopped them from blowing, in my opinion, the only thing that stopped Notre Dame was they stopped themselves in that Gator Bowl.
Yeah, which is impressive.
Yeah.
And you look at the numbers; it really is. Brandon Plensner says, "What position is Notre Dame currently recruiting Darius Hayes to at? Because I think he projects well to Viper. Please don't tell me Washington is a position coach currently recruiting him. He is not. Right now, they're still recruiting him at linebacker. But as he's always said from day one, they've talked to him about just kind of he can do a lot of different things.
Yeah.
So look, I think he runs well enough and hits well enough that I'm going to at least, if he wants a shot at Mike, I'm giving him a shot at Mike. I am, knowing that he could be a Viper.
Yeah.
So, like, if I'm recruiting a Darius Hayes, I'm still trying to get another Viper in the class because I think I'm giving him a shot at Mike. I do. I could see him being a 6'4", 240-pound, just thumper, just downhill thumper.
Yeah.
And if he outgrows the position or if he just doesn't quite, make it there, then you can move him to Viper.
Yeah.
So they're recruiting him as a front seven player. And I'm not trying to be a cop-out, Brandon. I mean, that's just they've talked to him about a lot of different things. The thing for them is they want him. They've just, we want you. We'll figure that other stuff out later. We want you in this class.
Right.
And they're doing a good job with it. They're doing a good job with it, in my opinion. Michael S., our friend from Germany. No, this is a different Michael S. This is a different Michael. This is Michael S. After watching the Georgia beatdown, Notre Dame seems very far from national championship competition, especially on the D-line. Your thoughts? I think you are always looking for something to be negative about, is what I think, Michael. I love you, but that was a bizarre game, right? Everyone in the country is very far from Georgia the way they played in that game. But that's the only time they played that way all year.
No, the Oregon game. The first game and the last game of the year.
65, right? But yes, Oregon game. Yes, correct.
They chose their first and their
There's
last
about
game.
9 times Notre Dame on their best day could have beat Georgia during the regular season. The way that Georgia played.
If they played the way they played against Missouri, they would have lost to Notre Dame.
Kent State, Kentucky, Georgia Tech. Right.
But that's their greatness, though.
Exactly.
That's great teams.
My point is, you don't take a team and what they were that one day and say, "Oh, see, that's who." Number one, Notre Dame's not TCU. Number one, TCU was not ready for that moment. They weren't.
No.
So right now, the way Georgia played on Monday, everybody's far away from beating Georgia.
No.
But that's just how those games go sometimes. Sean, if Florida State and Oregon play a week later in 2014, Oregon doesn't beat them 59-20.
Yeah.
But on that day, they were ready to play, and Florida State wasn't.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
Yeah.
Like what when Clemson smoked Alabama 44-16. Does anybody think if they'd have played 10 times that Clemson beats them 44-16 all 10 times? I think Clemson probably beats them 6 or 7 times. They were the better team.
Yeah.
But sometimes games just go that way.
They go that way. Yeah. And
that's reality.
Look, players make coaches better. You can be a great coach, and your players will make you even better. Kirby Smart. I saw somebody say Kirby Smart's just a good coach. Kirby Smart's a great coach, man.
He has become one.
Yes. He was a great defensive coordinator, and he had to go through the process of learning how to be a head coach like anybody else.
And he was not a great in-game coach early in his career.
No.
He was not. He was a great recruiter.
Yes.
And a great defensive coach. He was not a great head coach.
Absolutely.
Which just goes to show Marcus Freeman was a lot younger than Kirby Smart was when he took over. Mm-hmm. Coaches get better. Tommy Rees is able to get better.
Yeah.
Kirby was in his 40s and he was evolving as a coach.
Yes.
As you go back and look at the guy he was in 17, 18, and 19, I mean, this is a guy that ran the dumbest fake punt in the history of big games. And you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
To go from that dude to what he did against Ohio State, that's a guy that has grown into this position and is doing an elite job.
Yeah.
And because he had to give up some control to Todd Monken.
Yes.
Because Kirby was like, we're going to pound the ball and run the ball and be efficient and beat teams 20-17.
Right.
He realized, like, look, he's watching LSU do what they did. He's watching Bama 2020 do what they did, and he's saying,
I can't do that anymore.
We got to be able to score.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean we're not going to still try to play great defense.
Yeah.
We got to try to score.
And he's doing it a different way. He's not saying I have to go out and get Bryce Young, Mac Jones, Tua. No.
Right.
Todd Monken told him, let me do my thing,
Right.
and we can then with Stetson Bennett, we can put up 40.
And that's why they played him over JT Daniels. Now,
Yes.
will they try to go out and get a stud that can run the offense that way? Of course, that's why they're recruiting Donovan Raiola or Dylan Raiola. But they don't need that.
Which we need to pray that Georgia gets Raiola, because I think that helps with Carter Nelson, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But
because he's not going to go to Nebraska.
Because he's not going to go to Nebraska.
I got you.
Absolutely. So, look, my point was your players. Yeah, Sam Hartman is going to make he's going to make Tommy Rees a better OC. That's what better players do for coaches. So, I fully expect that people will feel like watching a national championship game that Georgia's just. I do think if Georgia plays their best game, they were better than everybody else.
Yes.
They just were. They just were. And it was crazy because that's not saying that they can't be beat.
Right.
But I'm just saying the vast majority of the time, if Georgia plays their best game, they're more than likely they were going to beat everybody.
But I think that's true in 2016 as well. If Alabama plays their game, they beat Clemson.
Yeah.
But Clemson played their A game
that
day.
They had to.
And Bama played their B game that day.
They had to.
They beat them.
They had to.
Right.
And that, that is the difference between a team being great and not being great, right? Golden State won 73 games. They didn't win the championship. You're not a great team, in my opinion. Like, you're not. You have to be able to finish that. As great as that Alabama team was, they weren't able to finish.
Right.
And you have to be able to finish without playing. Georgia was able to finish the task in the semifinal without playing their best game.
Right.
They found a way to win. And that is something that Notre Dame is going to have to learn. That's going to be part of the process.
They're not that team right now.
No, they're going to have to find a way to struggle against Stanford and still win that game.
Right. Same with Marshall.
Struggle against Marshall and still win that game.
Right.
Like, you have to grow into that program. So, and honestly, under previous leadership, they could do that. They could struggle against Toledo and still come away and win the game. You still saw some things that you weren't happy with, but they were still able to win those games, some of those games that they struggled against lesser teams. Okay, now you allow this coach to be able to grow as a head coach, and once he gets the program to the place he wants it, they're going to be able to do the same thing. But now, what he has shown is that he can go up against the top 25 teams.
Right.
And good teams.
And
have them ready to play.
Not just win, but smack them.
Absolutely.
The 2021 Notre Dame team still loses to Marshall. Toledo was a 6-6 football team. The game that stands out to me is the Stanford game.
That's fair.
The Stanford game's the one that, like, nope. Nope.
Yeah.
Brian Kelly doesn't lose that game.
Yeah, no.
But he also doesn't beat Clemson by 21.
I agree with that as well.
And they're not only they don't lead Ohio State over half the game. They get killed. That's the track record. That's the evidence. That's what it shows.
Yeah.
They would not have been ready for that game or the USC game.
Yeah.
They would have beat Stanford. Right. Most Brian Kelly teams would have beat Marshall. Yeah. The 2021 team wouldn't have, though.
And if you really and this is not throwing shade, man. Look, Alabama was a better team than LSU this year. Alabama has no one to blame but themselves for not being in the college football playoff. You go watch how many blown opportunities offensively Alabama had against LSU.
Mm-hmm.
Just look at it. They should have beat LSU easily in that game. They were the better team, but they allowed LSU to stick around.
Right.
And when you do that,
and that's what happened with Tennessee too. Tennessee was smacking Alabama early.
And then
they allowed him to hang around, and if it wasn't for the kicker at the end of the game, they lose. Right? You got to learn how to put a team away. Georgia's better in the big games this year than they were in the games against Kentucky and Kent State and Missouri.
Yeah.
It's like you almost kind of wanted to be an unranked team playing Georgia
No.
this year. Like, you had a better chance.
Yeah. Yeah.
If they were locked in. But
Because
the point
they
is
took it easy
Notre
on
Dame on Georgia's level? No, we're
No.
not saying that.
No.
What we're saying, however, to Michael's point, is they're not as far away as people think.
No.
They're not as far away as people think. Will it be 2023? We'll see. I don't know. How good's Georgia going to be in 2023? Meaning, are they a championship team again, or are they 12-2, building for 2024 team? I don't know the answer to that. Because if they think they're going to get Spencer Sanders and he's going to be Stetson Bennett, I don't know about all that.
Well, that's the thing. You will find out it's the small things, Brian. Like, there are so many small things that if you really sit and talk to the people inside that program, you'll find out just how important Stetson Bennett was outside of stats.
Right.
Just outside of stats.
Right.
And when you don't have that, or you don't have the players having the confidence that they don't have that in big games, it impacts a little bit more than just that position.
Yeah. Yep. Well, Sean, we're going to wrap it up there. There was a few other questions we had to get to, but we really got to roll here. So we just hit the 4-hour mark. But I want to thank everybody. It's all good, man. You know how it is when you and I get together. And then you jumped in halfway, so it's like, uh-oh. Sean and I go 4 hours when we get together. So we started at 2. This could get ugly. So I got to run. Sean's got stuff to do, but thank you all so much. Hey, before y'all leave, folks, please do us a favor. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit the notification bell, share this podcast. Please give us a 5-star review. That dude right there, Sean Davis, also the co-host of the Lucky Lefty podcast, which you can find on your podcast app if you go to CFB Nation. That is the home of the Lucky Lefty podcast. The CFB All-America team recorded a podcast today that I'll have up tomorrow where Bill Bender breaks down his way to early top 25. John Garcia is going to have a recruiting show coming up here very soon. And, of course, every day you can find the Lucky Lefty podcast. So, Sean, I know you guys have uploaded your show from today, I believe, already on there. So you can find that on there as well. So CFB Nation is where you can find Lucky Lefty podcast on the podcast platform. So for Sean Davis and Ryan Roberts, I'm Brian Driscoll. Thank you all for being with us. We'll see you again very soon on the Irish Breakdown podcast.